Hello. Welcome on by, folks. Today's stream, it's gonna be one project mainly, but we're gonna do a bunch to that project. Hey, Grat Kane, thanks for coming on by. Greetings to you as well. So, that project is our Pairwise sorter, what we've been working on a little bit before. Hey, Driven at 45, hello to you too. Hope your Wednesday is going well. But yeah, we're going to be working on our pairwise sorter. But before we do that, there is something interesting. So for those who don't know, I'm also in a 100 devs. It is, as I type the links out, it's a cool it's a cool agency with a training program built right in. Words, they escape me, folks. But recently, we were given a lovely YouTube video, but there's a little problem with it. So the video is great, but it was made 2 years ago. So there's a little problem when trying to use it. I'm going to demonstrate that problem right now. So we're gonna clone it. And no, I am not Brad Travesty, or maybe I shouldn't just say plausible deniability. I will neither confirm nor deny the true identity of Brad Travesty. But no, I just wanted to get this at the top of this stream, and I will mention it later on, just in case everyone was like, okay, we dipping now. Just want to make sure this part got covered, because this was an annoying bug even for me. So, and this is assuming, like, if you do it all the right stuff and you do all the code the right way, you'll end up with this repo of code. For those who aren't around 100 devs, this is the link to said video, which has the link to the code in it, which is meant to be the working version of it. So you clone it, and you do as you do with every other Node.js project, open it up in VS Code. Or you don't have to, but that's what I like to do. In the README here, it's got great instructions: install, run dev, start. So npm install does thing. You can already see a little warning here about old versions being different. Usually that doesn't hurt anything there. And then any moment now, lots to download apparently. Hey Mavi, hello. Hope your Wednesday is going well. Resting up from that class yesterday. We're just going through the completed version of the code that we were assigned to watch through. And here's the error, folks. So I followed the instructions. I ran npm install, and I ran the npm run dev. And we got a big, angry error. Yeah, I did, Grat Kane. I already watched it. Although at first I looked at the code and I was like, oh, this is interesting. Let's see how it... Bam! Big error, first thing. Can't even go anywhere without this error. This is going to be somewhere toward the beginning of the video, where you try to run it and you get this angry error. So what's happening here is, wow, VS Code just got really angry all of a sudden, but we can ignore all those angriness. So Mongo store, which is from the Connect Mongo, you don't need to go watch the video right now to figure this out. Essentially, it's a thing that you just need to, it's a Lego that you need to pass to this other Lego. It's all you need to care about. But things have changed. So, look at the library. We can kind of see how it's meant to be used. You can see right now, Mongo store create is not a function. So, whenever something goes weird that you're not expecting the Lego to work with, you go with the Lego's documentation, which is usually an npm module. So we're looking at all these things, and boom, here's an example. Well, that's interesting. We're doing that exactly, but it's not working. Hey, Sam Kit Kat, thanks for coming on by. We're over here, we're just getting into a little error that I found with the, at least a 2022 error with the project we got. Those who don't know, Sam Kit Kat does some pretty cool streams, fellow hunter-devers, and I did catch that 90s stream. They themed their entire stream around like 90s on some, I don't know, I don't know exactly what it was, some like virtual old 95 or something, right? Yet we love starting off with errors. It's literally like, you don't even get to add any credentials and stuff, right? It's just before adding credentials, before getting to Google, bam, big error right in your face. Yeah, it did look fun. So you see the docs are like, this is what you're supposed to do, and this is what we're doing. Whenever these things start to differentiate, it's like there's a discrepancy, I love looking at version numbers. 4.6 is the version number that documentation is for, but we are using version number 3.2. So you don't really need to know much about version numbers, except they're basically divided into 3 numbers. They don't matter the changes until this number changes. When this number changes, something big has changed. Generally, it's called a compatibility breaking change. So the code you write for 1.2 will be compatible with 1.9, but the code you write with 1.9 will not be compatible with 2.0. So the code written for 3.2 or for 3.2 is not working with this version of 4.6. So the solution is well, there are 2 solutions. We either go back and get old, or go up and get new. I'm going to show both real quick. So for this particular library, you don't have to look through the old versions. They have the version 3 branch. It's like sitting there. Very cool. And you can look through the docs, and boom, this is how you're supposed to use it in version 3. Yeah, Sam KitKat, they're not always there, but on this one, they were kind and they were nice. Otherwise, you'd have to search through the commits. But we can see that when you're using version 3 point anything, this is how you're supposed to use Mongo Store. So that's literally what we're going to do. So we're going to go up to the Mongo Store, and since we're using 3, we're going to pass it session. Again, don't need to think about the Legos too hard. It's just, this is what the Lego wants to do. And then instead of saying Mongo Store create, we say new Mongo Store. Let's just see if that happens. Ooh, connection strategy not found. Well, we can look at some more docs. Ooh, so the next one shows Mongoose connection. Mongoose connection, client promise, DB name. We're seeing a bunch of things. Aha! In 3 point anything, the key for the options is URL. That's the alternative solution there, Mavi. But you see, when we change the Mongo URL to URL, we get invalid connection string. Now, for those of us who have not been expert and perfect environment variable managers, that's what happens when you're missing the environment variable. So I will go and yoink it. Let me go pixel real quick to grab a real env real quick. Copy. Let me find my environment variable. Mongo URI. There we go. So I just put in my environment variable from some random other project. Don't worry about it. I just got a working environment variable in there. And if I rerun the project, it does not work. Hey, C Films. Glad you're doing good. I'm doing well too. It's a good Wednesday. We're squashing a bug real quick in that video we all were assigned before moving on. And C Films has the news apparently. It's probably about a film, or your database, or your site. Did you get that search feature added, or what is the coolness going on? Okay, so something's going on here. Mongo URI, so hide secrets. Let me look at my environment variable once more. MongoDB. I named it differently, so watch out for typos. So there we go. I see films, nice. Good, it's been a bit, hasn't it? Those don't know, C Films does do the occasional stream, as we can tell. My bot could not figure out what it was. Well, I'm sure whatever it was pretty cool. Yeah, folks, now we have an error that is showing port already in use. So that is a weird error. But if we change the port to 3001, our server is now running. Now we just have a weird Mongo error that y'all will not have. This is only I'm the one having it because I broke Mongoose, because I have restrictive credentials. But that is one solution. So one solution is changing store to new Mongo store, changing the key to URL, and updating the require by calling it as a function and passing session. The other solution, as Mavi has already hinted at, is upgrading the thing. So Control-Z back to the old code. Why don't we just upgrade it? So npm I. How do we upgrade? I appreciate it, Gratcane. Yeah, I saw the error and I was like, oh, this is gonna be. I was gonna be like, oh, this is gonna be cool. Mindwolf's gonna tell everyone how to fix this error. And then Mindwolf was like, I'm not streaming today. I'm like, oh no, everyone's gonna be freaking out. Cause I already saw a couple folks in the help channel. But yeah, with that, we're now gonna go to the modern documentation. And we're going to upgrade the version of it. Now, I don't know how to do this, because I've never really needed to. But what happens if we just install it? Did the number go up? It did not go up. Okay, what if we delete it, and then npm install it? Hey, look it. So that might not be the proper way. All the code winnies are shaking in their boots right now. But here's what I did. I saw the old Connect Mongo. I deleted it. Then I reran the command, and it gave me a newer version. I guess you also could have done npm remove Connect Mongo first. That's the proper way. And I'm sure there's an even more proper way to upgrade the command. See, we did a remove, and JSON didn't update. JSON! There it is. So poof, it goes away, and then npm I. So remove and reinstall. That works. Or delete and reinstall. Whatever floats your boat. And now, I didn't actually test this, so everyone point to Mavi. And now it is working. We're not getting that error anymore. We're getting my error. So those are your two options, folks. Either you change the code to the 3 version of the code, which you can find the documentation on by going to the version 3 branch, which I'll drop in chat because that is not easily navigable. Or you upgrade the version of the Connect Mongo, which can be done by uninstalling, reinstalling, or deleting and installing. Yeah, C Films, I know. Mern's pretty popular though. Ain't no hurting it. Yeah, exciting stuff. We love fixing them bugs, don't we, folks? And that's basically all. My mainly thing I wanted to touch on this. I have no interest in redoing this entire thing because code's here, video's there, but for those who did take a sneak peek at it, you will notice we are doing, in the real project of the day, a lot of stuff that does happen to overlap with this project. We're getting authentication with Passport, we're doing some alternative templating engine. I'm using JSX because I tried to convince folks like EJS isn't that bad, but no, everyone's like EJS is that bad. You just got Stockholm syndrome, so no more EJS. We'll move on to something else. We'll peak at handlebars, but then we'll eventually move to JSX without the React. And then I got an experimental idea of making it possible that people render their own HTML, but all that good stuff is after the leak code of the day. I know that was a bit longer of a preamble than most, but felt like you should know what that error is about. EJS is the devil. Yeah, I know. Don't worry. I have abandoned my evangelism for EJS. Y'all, y'all have worn me down. EJS, no longer friends now. Next or next? Next, that's the Vue version of it, right? See films? Next is the Vue framework. Yeah, I've seen it. I've looked at one code base that is. If I was a Vue, like if I was into Vue a lot, I'd love it, I imagine. But Next.js, assuming that's what you're assuming. There's not something else called Next, is there? Nah, Next.js, I am a big fan of that. Makes React just simpler, better. Even if you're only using the front end parts of Next.js, I'd say it's a pretty step up from Create React App. So Create React App is dead. Use Next.js instead. Otherwise, use Astro or something. I don't know. There's some video of like someone made a graph of like what you need and what front end React based thing you want. Basically boiled down to Next.js or Astro. Astro if you have like a whole slew of static stuff. But Next.js if you're a little more dynamic. I don't know. Next.js is the future. Do a PHP stream see films? I don't know. It's been so long. It ain't off the table, but can I use maybe just for fun? Would it be possible for me to add PHP to Express as a Vue engine? I might do that, see films, just for one though. 6 months, 19 days ago. What a popular updated library. Okay, allows you to use PHP as a templating. Okay, see films. If I will spend like a half a Pomodoro session trying to get this thing working, just for funsies. I know, I haven't touched it in about that long too, Mavi. Yeah, I haven't touched it in forever. Imagine. Yeah, I will play around with this just for you, see films, just for the throwback, but I don't think I'm gonna stick on it because I will be trying out handlebars for all those who want to see the handlebars, but eventually I'm gonna stick on JSX because I do believe that is the syntax everyone do be loving. Even if, because from what I've seen, everyone likes the JSX syntax. It's just the React logic that's a little tougher to master, which makes sense. So I figure if you don't like EJS, you'll like JSX. And hey, Helix, hope your Wednesday is going well. Thanks for coming on back to the stream. When is TSX coming? I use TSX in most of my projects. I don't wanna. It's already going to be a little bit of a shell shock to everyone seeing JSX in this project. I don't want to scare you all away with TSX. So maybe next stream I'll put the TypeScript in there, but not yet. I want this to be a little bit follow along and accessible. But yeah, leak code of the day. Those who want the link, there it be. Let's give it a shot. So, we'll go full prep as always. Implementing a program to use as a calendar. Add a new event if adding the event will not cause a double booking. A double booking happens when two events have non-empty intersection. Some moment is common between both elements. So I imagine if you have an event between these 2 points and these 2 points, that's great drawings me. Wow, my mouse just got lost there. So if these are two events, you try to add one that would overlap like this is not what you want. So you'd want to do something about it. You want to do something about it. As a pair of integers, start and end represents a booking on a half-open interval. What does that mean? Start, end, the range of real numbers x such that start is less than or equal to x and is less than end. Okay, that is a very academic way of saying that you start at start, but you end before end. So start is inclusive, end is exclusive. That's a funny way of saying that. Increment the class, so we're going all classy. initialize the object, boolean book start and end, return true if the event can be added, otherwise false, and do not add the event. Okay, so the other thing, like the thing we do, is that if there's an overlap, return false. If there's not an overlap, return true, and put the data in the thing. Then we have our LeetCode example, which is always super readable, folks. Is LeetCode free? Yes, DriveNet, it is. So it's not all free. There are premium aspects of it, but I'm using it for free. There are solution pages, which I'm not going to click it because it might actually be there, but if you want the solution to every problem, you can go to the premium thing and like pay for, I believe it's a monthly thing. I honestly don't know. Or you can just go and Google the problem, you'll find it there. But for the LeetCode official solutions, I think premium is the way to get it. Oh, $35 a month. Like that's a bit steep. But if it's a good resource for you, then you can pay for it for the premium, the video solutions and other stuff. But I don't think you'd have to, and Leon would never recommend anything that's not free, you know, folks. So no need to pay. And we have our lovely test case of my calendar and 3 books. So we have these are the arguments to this function. So we pass nothing to my calendar, pass 10 and 20 to the first column book, 15 and 25 to the next, and 20 and 35 to the last. Of course, always happy to help. Now, looks like they do, although they also explain how the arguments get called. Hey, that's right, Mavi. You can find them all on YouTube if you really need to find a video solution. Or just the internet in general also has lots of different approaches. Okay, so I think I understand this logic. The constraints, you get big numbers. Hey, console error, welcome on back. Hope your Wednesday's been going well. We're doing the LeetCode of the day at the moment. So, I guess, well, I kind of skipped over prep there, didn't I? So, our parameters is we'll construct it, and for each time, our parameters will be the start and the end of the event. We will be expected to return true if the event can be booked in that slot. Additionally, we will book the event in that slot. If it cannot be, then we will return false. I'm thinking logically, we will create here an array of times. This will store the start and ends of all of them. And then when we receive a new start and end, we will traverse through all of the existing booked times. And we do a little bit of math. What is the internet? What is a YouTube? Oh, I don't know, see films. I figured you might know a little bit about this. I mean, it's basically TV, but over wires. I mean, they're all over wires, but over different wires, right? So that's my logic of times. Then we'll go for const SNE, might as well, of this dot times, and it's math time. So first we're going to say if you don't have any conflicts, so this is our base case, this times push start end. So if there are no conflicts, you book the time and you return true because you were able to successfully book the time. Now for the rest of them, we need to check. So essentially it's the logic of if we have, let's actually use the examples they give. They'll probably be pretty good. It's okay, console error, I gotcha. I didn't say too much, I just said hi. Yeah, Grat Kane, it's all different variations, right? I mean, it all started when someone zapped a rock of electricity and tricked it into thinking, right? So all that from there, it's just variations, right? Oh, yeah, we got the ads. Yeah, I mean, it's like, hey, if the algorithms, if all the advertising agencies think you're ready, then shouldn't you think you're ready? They think you got this stuff already, so you know, it's just a sign. It's a good sign, I take it as. Okay, let's take the logic here. So 1525. So what I'm going to do is check if current start. Oh, this is supposed to be the letter E. Yeah, Helix. So if my start is greater than or equal to their end. So if 15 is greater than or equal to 20. No, wait, if it's greater than or equal to. Basically, if I start in the middle or if I end in the middle of one. So that's the logic. Aw, dang, I'm sorry to hear that console error. It happens. Well, thankfully there are VODs if you can't catch, but you can always try turn down the quality and such. I mean, it goes all the way down to 160p. I am a 160p watcher at certain times, so don't feel bad. So if start greater than or equal to start. Basically, if I'm starting when they're starting, and start less than E. This is gonna be some interesting logic. Ooh, your digital logic simulator. Oh, that game, yeah. It's simulating the logic just too well, huh? I don't think I need to check both of them. I just need to check. So yeah, I just need to check that start is less than end and end is greater than start. And now we're gonna finagle around with this logic for the next 5 minutes until I figure out which way the symbols go. Yeah, that didn't work. So null, true. So I outputted false, false, false. So the last one failed. 20 to 30, which means it's a greater than or equal to. One of these need to be greater than or equal to. Interesting. So what's happening is we're trying to book 20 to 30 when 10 to 20 already exist. Because we should be able to book them on 20 because that is exclusive. Interesting. How have I gone wrong? So this is the starting thing being an issue. So we're returning false, we should be returning true. So is our start, I mean we can just literally console log it and see what is up. Start end SE, and then we get to, I think that should be enough logging information. Okay, so we're comparing 20 to 30 with 10 and 20. So start is less than end. 20 is less than. This is false. This is false. So false and anything should be equal to true. Yeah, so that's when I'm actually. Like lines to highlight. Oh, exclamation point thing. That shouldn't be a redemption. That should just be a thing down here. But basically what that is, console error, is essentially like when I'm opened in VS Code, if y'all are like, if I'm like, we'll look at a better one. These are some short files. Here we go. So you can do, I believe it's exclamation point line 13. Something like that. And it will highlight my VS Code of what line number you put in with your message. So I just figured I'd include it so you can all, if I'm like, what line? What are you talking about? I don't see the error, but you can just be like, there's the error. How do I turn this off? Unhighlight. Oh, just gotta go. There it is. Yeah. Yeah. So it's just that little helper there for when I am in VS Code, but. Haven't exactly got there yet. Yeah, it's a nice little extension I found. Maybe I should swap these around, make it a little more readable myself. So if the end is greater than the book start and the start is less than the book end, that should be returning false. Okay, we're just gonna literally start logging the expression at this point because I am blind. End S and S. Start end. There we go. There we go. So 30, 10. Yeah, so 30 is greater than 10. That's true. And 20 is less than 30. Why is 30? Oh, did I type that wrong? Ah, it's comparing it to itself. There we go. It's supposed to be E, literally, for the existing one. That's what you get for name your variables better, folks. There we go. So, in honor of that, booked, I'll change it to booked. Actually, let's say booked start and booked end. So yeah, had I done this in the beginning, it would have been super obvious. I mean, I assume this is what it was for. This is the only test case I got, and we only get one, so submission time. Hey, there we go. Faster than percentage. So, okay, folks, that is the leak code of the day. Let's check out the Code Warriors, what they came up with. Okay, overlap of two intervals is max a min, so a little bit of math, but hey, this is the iteration that I was using. Okay, so instead of doing two comparisons, you can do a little bit of math. That's cool. Oh, another solution. Keep them sorted and only check two books. Okay, yeah, so this is essentially, instead of checking for against every book that's been booked, or every booking, check only the ones that are near. Which is done by sorting with a tree. Kind of like a binary search tree, I suppose. Let's look at a JavaScript solution real quick. Simple. Oh, BST. Yep, so this is the binary search tree. It's a little spooky though. Let's look at a more readable one. Hey, here. Oh wow, this is about as readable as it gets. Brute force. Same logic I went with. Let's see what number one came up with. Ooh, oh, I can recognize this as a binary thing right here. Yep. So this is binary searching for essentially the one we want to care about. And then events pop. Okay, that's another kind of search. And log in. Huh. Well, that was an interesting solution. It seems like most of them, brute was enough, so glad that was the case. Of course, that medium would have been a hard. But with that, folks, that is time for our break. So be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. When we come on back, we will be jumping straight into this pairwise sorter. Specifically, we will be doing... let me shrink this down, give you a preview at it. I'm definitely stronger at HTML C-films. I think most people are, because HTML is generally less mysterious, more obvious, a little easier to do, I may dare say. It's CSS that's the harder one to do and the one that, it's more finicky with. So I definitely say, unless you're a unicorn designer, HTML is most people's better suit, and that is also mine. Yeah, folks, when we make our way back, we're going to be adding logging, implementing method overriding, converting EJS to handlebars, just to demonstrate, because we have all this EJS sitting here. We're going to convert it to handlebars so you can all see what it looks like, because that is what we have assigned. And then we're going to convert to Mongoose, all this fun stuff. And I think I'll move, because this is the more exciting thing, we'll move this authentication up a little. Yeah, we'll move it to after the Mongoose. There we go. And that will be using Passport. That will be login and sign up, Google Auth, Discord Auth, Basic Auth. And if y'all got any suggestions, I'll give it my best shot to throw those auths in here too. So yeah, folks, preview complete. Now we get to make it to our break. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, relax if you can. I'll catch you on the other side. And welcome on back, folks. That is the end of our break. And the beginning of our project, which you can find the current code for right there. I think everything's updated. Yep, all the things are updated, so there is the code if you like to check it out yourself. We're going to be going through this little lovely list. Oh, flip that around. There we go. There we go. First thing we're going to do is we're just going to add logging. It's something I should have added earlier. I just didn't think of it. Thankfully, with the Morgan middleware, it's like super easy. See films, that's right. That I will be traveling from authentication provider to authentication provider using the Passport.js itself, so ain't gonna be traveling too far, but I guess it's mainly gonna be by accessing different routes. So we'll have one auth Google endpoint, an auth Discord endpoint, an auth insert your favorite provider here endpoint, and that's how travel will be facilitated. I don't want to look at those docs, look at these docs. Here we go. So yeah, we're going to use Morgan. Now, this is an older project, so not from scratch experience, unfortunately, folks, but this should be familiar to what it looks like for most projects. Get your const app equals express. I turn on screencast mode so you can all see my keyboards. Set the EJS, static, JSON, URL encoded. Cookie parser, the 4 best friends, and then we do our routes. So I suppose, let's look at the example, see where they shove it. Very sad. Here's the example. They put it at the top, so why wouldn't we? Let's bring in that Morgan. Const Morgan equals require Morgan. And you wonder why VS Code didn't figure it out, because I didn't install the NPM module yet. Will I be using real-time flights? I mean, there's going to be some real-timeity to it. I mean, I'm really stretching this metaphor at this point, folks. When you sign up, or when you create a new account, it will mark the time that you created your account. So that's pretty real-time. The Globe Exchange. What is that? Oh wow, this is that thing. Yeah, I saw this. I was like, wait, what's this URL? It's the flight tracker of the universe. Yeah. Okay, folks, let's hurry up and find Elon Musk's jet. Right? Which one is it? Which one's Elon Musk's private jet? Nah. Guess I'm a little stretching. Thanks, Firefox. Love it. Let's zoom all the way out. Yeah, let's crash the stream, folks. Okay, let's not crash the stream. Yeah, man, I come with all the Kanban boards. That's a cool site there. Thanks for sharing. I was like, what was that? It's like, there it was, right? It's a fun one to mess around. I'm sure it's probably got, let me watch, it's probably got an API. I mean, it's using a lot of stuff. Maybe they don't expose the API per se, but I'm sure they got something around here if other folks can use fun stuff on. Well, that was a very short-lived experience. The gear. Here we go. Wow, lots of settings here. Maybe go to the root domain. Serving the flight tracking enthusiasts. There we go. Yep. So data services. Boom. There is the API. So if y'all wanted to mess around on your own flight tracking doohickey, well, there you go. Congratulations. You found the excuse, Sam. Ooh, live data feeds. So apparently live. It's got like, oh wow, both of these require contacts. Oh, there's one at Rapid API. Yeah, there you go. So yeah. Yeah, if you ever wanted to mess around with some flight data, want to do your own stuff, there's an API for that. Okay, now for Morgan. Should be pretty simple. npm run dev. And we go to the URL. Absolutely amazing. Aha, do ignore that. So I was showing someone, I was debugging some EJS for someone else, and I was like, this is how you do debugging. Which, if you all are curious about, just dumps all the locals of your EJS so you can see all the things you do and don't have. But obviously it's not part of the app, so goodbye. Hey, look at this log. Look at all these logs. There are so many logs we can barely read them all. So we're using the combined preset. Let's switch over to the dev preset. Look, pretty colors. Love pretty colors. Now let's look at all the presets, because we're not creating our own string at the moment. Okay, we have combined, which is standard, Apache. That one's got more stuff in it. So when we are in dev mode, we're going to use dev, but when we're not in dev mode, we'll use combined. So this is a perfect opportunity for a ternary operator based on process.env node env. So if it is not production, basically, so if we are in production mode, then we are going to use combined. Otherwise, we're going to use dev. Now, a lot of you are asking, oh, a new environment variable. When do we get to set that? That's the fun thing. You don't. The node env is a common environment variable that is automatically set by various things. So when you go and deploy your code to Heroku or any other reputable place, they will set node env to production for you. Also, when you go to run test, this usually gets set to testing or something. And the other third option this is most commonly seen at is dev or development. But I'm just saying, if we're in production mode, then use the big logs. If we're not in production mode, use the tiny logs. So now we're going to see, you get the tiny logs, and if I set our environment to production, I'm using the inline way of setting it, but I'll show the multi-line. So I ran node underscore env equals production space the command, but there is, let me make sure my secrets are hidden. You can also use the environment variable file, your .env, to say node env equals production. You can't physically see them, but just trust me, they're there. Refresh. Wow. Oh wow, wow. Big wow. So I'm assuming NodeMon is doing something weird. So if I say node index.js, okay, don't know what's up here. I could have typoed it. It's kind of awkward because I literally can't see the letters I'm typing. Okay, we gotta go pixel mode real quick. Okay, it is correct. Yeah, we're just having fun. Every step's gonna be a debug, apparently, folks. Console log the thing. npm run dev. Ooh, it's undefined. Big yikes. So I made a mistake. So let me hide secrets and then search for .env. So I did a weird thing, and so goldfish memory. Don't remember how this project works. I declared all my environment variables in another file called constants, so that way I could set defaults and stuff. What I didn't do was include this constants file up here. So I need const node env equals require, where's it, local constants. Now why is this important? It's because this file requires .env config. So up to this point, the .env module, the config method, had not been called, so it wasn't moving it from my .env file into process.env. That was a nice mistake on my part. And we will default to production. We'll default to, yeah, if you don't provide one, then we are in production. Actually, we'll just assume you provide one. Then we will do our export by adding it to this lovely object. And now, we should be able to use it like so. There it is. It's set to production because our env has set it so. And if I change it and restart my dev server, we got PR because that is what I set it to. So yeah, you can use the env file. You just gotta, don't be a rookie. Make sure you call your .env module before you try to access the file. Okay, that took much longer than it should have, but it is now working, and we have successfully added logging. Let's mark that off of the list. Add Morgan logging, so a checkbox there. Apparently they sorted those. Checkbox there. And checkbox there. Don't look at package lock JSON, it might crash your computer. And checkbox there. Doo-doo-doo. And there's the latest changes. Those 5 lines, very useful. Now for the next thing, looking at our list, taking a miniature break to look at our list. There we go. Implementing method overrides. So what this is essentially we have our program, but we are using get and push and post for everything, and we're also using anchors for some things too. This obviously isn't very how would you say, we're not using the proper terms in servers and stuff. So like we're not using delete when we delete something, we're not using put when we're like putting things or updating things, so we're not doing the proper way. Yo, Jack Tree Coding, thanks for the resubscription. 3 months, all that's the whole time, isn't it? I hope your Wednesday's been going good, by the way. I greatly appreciate support and hanging out. Trying to think goldfish memory here. Yeah, the Harry Potter API, right? There, yeah. Is it all working? Did you finish that last bit of EJS? We got a little EJS coming here too, but we're leaving EJS, so we are just abandoning our EJS ship. But yeah, method overrides. So this is going to allow us to use the proper verbs on our routes. As you can see right here, we have, for example, a delete item, but it's on a get route. So it's using the get method. We're going to fix that right now by using method override. Now, as you can see, this is a working project. You don't have to, but to be more correct semantically, you can. And since that is something that was mentioned in that video, I figure I might as well get us all some exposure to it. So we installed the thing, now we gotta use the thing. So reading the docs. Important to be used before any module. It needs to know the method of a request, all that stuff. Hey, I'm glad to hear it. It's all working now. There we go, yeah. A learning opportunity for sure. Every opportunity is a learning opportunity, right? Everyone, right? If it's not learning something new, it's just spaced repetition to get the old stuff in. And yeah, happy to hear it's working. Yeah, appreciate your support. Aw, thanks, Spell on Yo. Or Spell on You. I appreciate that. Hope your Wednesday's been going well too. we need to go back to that file. We need to implement method overrides. So apparently this needs to go on the server. So let's look at the examples. To override, specify the header name. So yeah, there are like 10 different ways to do this. Essentially, we want, what this does is this will change the method, or change the method of any request. You get to provide it how it does so. So this one overrides with the post having method delete. So that is our require right there. And I'll put it, let's think where we want to put it. We'll put it before the cookie parser, but after the Morgan. Well, actually, the Morgan logs the request type, so before the Morgan it goes. And let's just bring in this example. So before we set that, we just call this. Let's try to look at the docs, get some more information here. Yeah. Sometimes that's more useful, but nope. So we got more headers, and custom logic. So this is another way of, it's fully parse the body before you call in your middleware. Okay, so I'm not sure what the default is doing. So what's the difference between saying underscore method and this method? Oh, okay, so there are two different ways. The underscore checks for the URL, aka the query parameter, which it can do because Express has a built-in query parameter middleware that's at the very top of request. And this one checks that the body contains underscore method. So that looks like some great code right there. I'll just yoink it from the Lego. Now that I'm looking at this, so let's drop that Lego right in there. We want the logging to be accurate because the logging does contain a method name. Yep, get and all that. So the Morgan needs to come after the method override. But these need to come before the Morgan. So a little bit of ordering our middlewares. So we can do that one instantly. And then for static requests only care about gets. So we'll also want to do this. So static, I'm trying to think, will go below all of these. But Morgan needs to go before the static because we want to log static assets. And then we're not looking at cookies here, so that doesn't matter. Okay, folks, I think we have ordered these correctly. So let's hit up an auto format, add our missing semicolons, and underscore response because we're not using that. I'm going to name these a little more to my liking. I'll name the first one request instead of just rec. And I'll update the names of all of these like so. Now this isn't completely accurate because this looks in URL encoded post bodies. This just looks in any body, to be honest, not just URL encoded post. So this checks if there's a request body, and the type of the request body is an object, and it has this key essentially. Then we are getting the method from that key. We are deleting it, so it's no longer in the body. And then the magical part is that we return the new method we're setting it to. Unless if there's any ES6 modern way, we could try to optimize this, be like, oh, if this in the thing or default, but this looks like good enough code to me. So saving this, I believe we've implemented the server-side logic, and now it's time to do front-end logic. So this is where we formify everything. Either way, we're jumping into the front end, folks, because all of our front end is EJS. So for the auth, let's just look at auth. That is a post. I guess that is semantically correct. We are posting. It's not really correct. Don't want to get lost in those. Footer, header, nav link. So that one's good. Login and sign up, both good. List. this is an anchor to the individual list page. That makes the most sense. I suppose it's most of our CRUD operations that need updating. So our rename form, here we go, we're doing post, when in your actuality we need to be doing, I think it's patch. Don't watch me get the term wrong, but I think it's the patch method we need to use, because that means we are providing additional information, not all the information to replace. There we go. Applies a partial modification. So we're not providing all of the new field values, we're only providing one new field value. So this renaming, we're gonna follow the docs and be like yoink. So we have a hidden input. This is what type hidden does. It completely removes it from the page, giving it a name of a method, and since it's hidden, no one can type in it, so we need to provide a value, that value being the new method, delete. So now, when we go to make a rename, it should be under, well, not the delete one, the patch method. We can test that by going to our routes and looking for all of our renames. So this is render page, but here's one. Patch. Here's another rename a list. Patch. And we're gonna see if that works. Uh-oh. There we go, don't know what that. MongoDB was like, it's too much, I can't hold on. Okay, so we're here. We need to go rename something. So let's log out of. I just logged out of an account. I don't know. They're off. Oh, that account's now gone. I think I have a real one though. I might have to make a new one. Nope, I made it. Okay, so if we rename our list of numbers to number Z, click rename. Oh, so it worked. That's a good part so far. And look at that. It was registered as a patch in the logger. And if we look at our network tab, it's not going to be in there because I didn't have DevTools open. But if we just do it one more time, change it back to S, be professional. Boom. Oh, so they both start with the letter P. But we can see while we made a post, so we made a post right here. It turned into a patch on the server side. So it doesn't help the front end, it helps more of the back end. So we get to name all of these what they should be. So yeah, I think that patch was good there. Render rename page, render item, yeah, I need those. Let's go back to the front end and keep tracking stuff down. Got rename there. And then we want the delays. So what is this? This is to create a new item that is a post. Where's my delete button? Here's my delete button. Okay, so this is an anchor that goes to the delete route. So looking at the example for method override, we're not using a form, but we can shove it in the URL right here. Hopefully. We'll find out. So if we are going to be deleting a list, let's delete something less of consequence, why don't we? So let's delete an individual item, which is somewhere around here. Unsorted. There we go. We have our delete button. We add the question mark method underscore method equals delete query parameter. And we need to now update our route to handle delete item as a delete method, and the delete list also as a delete method. Another request is made. We do a refresh to get new HTML, and we delete one. Big sad. Okay, so let's look at our code. Question mark delete underscore method equals delete. So it did do the thing, though it did come in as a GET request. So this thing did not do its job, sadly. Interesting, it didn't. Kind of thought, according to the example. So yeah, override with post having... Oh, this wasn't a post, mind you. Okay, so we'll have to do some custom stuff. So this is checking request body. We'll give you the same logic for if request query. Is request query always a value? It is always a value. So if this underscore method in request query, then we do this logic right here. We extract it from the query, then we delete it from the query. So we're going to do a little custom logic to make method override work for get request. Big sad. Not working. Does it not work for get request? I'm gonna console log some stuff to find out. So request.url should give us enough information. We get no information. Interesting. So let's look for get request. Because I might be trying to do something that this does not allow. Okay, so very interesting. Are there any more options to this thing? I do see an options object. Methods. Okay, that appears to be a object of methods that we pass it to override. We want it to override all the methods. Thank you very much. Override the get and the post. Those are the only two we actually care about, though. Let's see if that does anything. There we go. Okay, folks, so this here, so fun fact, by default, method override only overrides posts. So it needs to be a post coming in for method override to turn it into anything else. If you're trying to override the method of a get request, you will need to pass this a second argument, being an object with a key of methods and a value of all the incoming methods you want to attempt to override. Now, this is just the ones that you look at. As you can see, all the existing ones do work fine, so it doesn't mean you'll override them. It means they will come through this function and maybe get overridden. So that's a fun little thing. And hey, it deleted. Now, I would delete my list of numbers, but I kind of love my list of numbers. We put so much effort into those. Let's create another list. List of things. I don't think I care much about this list. Yeah, I love my foods. Can delete it though. And it's gone. And when we look in the logs, we see the officially registered method name was delete. Okay, so I don't think we'll have any more issues going forward. We just need to update them accordingly. So let's think of thoughts. So looking at our routes is probably an easier place to start. So we create a list, we get a list, delete a list, create an item, get next comparison, that's true, reset. What should reset be? The thing is, we're not actually giving it any data. Is there another method name I don't know about? We are putting, so yeah, technically a put with no data is what a reset essentially is. So, boom, reset just got the put method. Let's find the other reset we got lying around here. And the other reset. There we go. So we have reset item, reset comparison, and reset. Oh, where is it? All. Oh, that's awkward. The naming is not great here, but this resets all the comparisons. Now we will essentially go for everything that has a reset after it. So we have to think of logic here of where these exist on every item, on every comparison, on every list. So I think we already have the list open here. There it is, reset. And question mark equals put. So that's the one on every list. I have the one on every item, which is right here. And then we have the one on every comparison, which is over here. Okay, all three have been overridden to put. We need to now go test all three out. So create a new list, a lovely list, a thing, all the items in our list. There we go. So all of these require there actually be comparisons though, so let's enter sort mode real quick. We'll just hit left a bunch of times. Left is the best. There we go. So let's start with an individual reset. Oh, I call this button delete. This is technically deleting an individual comparison. Okay, let's make this one. Let's click this reset button. So the reset between one and other things. So there are two of them here. So these two should go away. This one should remain. Poof. And the one remains. Okay, so that one is accurate. Now this one, let's look at the URL. We have a list, ID, reset. That one just is, it's going to get renamed completely. So, oh, you know what? This can be the first time that we're finally starting to use our verbiage correctly. Instead of calling the path reset or the path delete, we have method names. So when we make a request to the list /AB, make it with a delete. So list AB. So I'm just kind of calling this reset. We make this a delete. We will have to update this name later, but not right now. Which means that this one right here, this button, this magic button right here, it works beautifully. BEA beautifully. Let's look at the rest of the gets. So pages, set list publicity. Okay, another one that needs changing. Now let's think of what this is doing. So this receives one value and it changes the publicity. So a patch is a partial, a put is a complete. This doesn't change the Interestingly, I do believe, it depends how I want to phrase it. Here comes the part where we start merging some of these together. So we have rename list here. What's that do? It takes in some stuff and it sets the new of whatever input we get. Hey, Isev, hello. I hope your Wednesday has been going well. We're just slowly chugging along with our pairwise sorter here, doing some method overrides so we can use the semantic post, put, delete, all those fun method names. Oh, hey, I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear work's over. And I get to relax. Dang, yeah. Some days are like that, right? Hey, at least you're getting paid, though. This is somewhat makes it worth it. And hopefully the job's actually, satisfying if you're real lucky. So we're going to merge these two into one. Hardware store. Oof. Yeah, that's got to be some bad heat. Jamog Fix. Huh. Never heard of that hardware store. Not even sure that's English. I mean, it's an old one. Harold Fix AS. Oh, Denmark. Yeah, that makes a little sense. I mean, 1986 is definitely an older company, so it ain't going nowhere anytime soon. That's nice. Yeah. There we go. So our goal here is to replace rename list and set list publicity with patch list. So let's go over here and make ourselves a method right here called patch list. Patch list, request, response, and next. Oh, look at this. It's taking all our stuff and just throwing it in there. I love that. I'll love to see it, folks. So what did it actually do? So it found the list that we own and the one that we're on, and it set the modified at to a new date. Well, that's cool, I suppose. Yo, Finite Singularity. Thanks for coming on by. I'm sure most of y'all know that Finite Singularity does some cool streams. Working on that ESP still, huh? Yeah. Get that TypeScript magic going in there. Hope your Wednesday's been going well. We're over here just making some upgrades to my pairwise sorter, getting a little more semantic with method overrides and such. Work stream. Yeah, I did jump in there and I saw like, that's not the ESP. I must have missed it or something. But yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Gotta make that money. Create a CLI that can serve static sites. Nice. It's a nice creation there, Lesev. So we'll do some basic changes. So if you don't give me a name, then you failed. Go back there. And if your publicity didn't match and you failed, where's the publicity thing? I've lost it. Set list publicity. Here it is. So this is what we're going to override for the publicity check. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested in checking it out at least. Links are cool in the chat, so feel free to just paste and I'll take a peek. Here's the logic. If public, this is params, so that's not params anymore. That's one thing. Nope, that's not the key I meant to push. So if public in request body, there we go. So if it's in the request body, then we're gonna check. Whoa, Copilot lost its mind. Servmon. You definitely got a good name going for that. Definitely a good sounding name. Wow, it's a nice looking site. I'm recognizing this. Let me turn off dark mode. Oh, I mean, it's dark mode anyway. Oh, it's dark mode default. It's like, it ain't doing nothing. But yeah, seems nice. Look at these docs, all the things. And serves the static assets. Nice. Speed. Okay, so it's faster. That's the, Vite. Nice. Or Vite, how it's properly pronounced. Nice, that's pretty cool. I think I use, what is it, NPX? I'm actually using it right now. Let me look at my other thing. Nope, not there. For serving. Where is it? What command do I use? Oh, it's actually all it's all smushed away and hidden. What am I using? NPX. Because I do use something similar to it. Oh, I literally use NPX serve. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. I mean, right now I'm using serve, but seems to be another competitor in the market. Competition's always cool. Yeah, this is kind of what I just use for basic this. Back in the day, I was just went like Python 3.8 HTTP server or whatever that command was to use Python to whip out one of these. I definitely love your site. It looks great. Let's look at the code. I'm sneaking in your code. Oh, a little EJS. Love to see that. Oh, chalk. Those are some good colorings. Nice. Nice. Oh, it's a acquire prompt. Okay, that's a nice to have a. I always love it when I have an initialization script that actually like gives you questions and such. So that's always cool. Yeah, thanks for sharing. Be sure to check it out at some point. So if it's true. Come on, Copilot, write the rest of my code for me. Hey. Yeah, for sure. It's definitely Monodemon, Servermon. Yep, I can definitely see where that inspiration came from. Else. I'm doing some real jank, boring authentication here. Ah, of course, yeah. I never really think about it, but yeah. There you go. Start away. I think we're gonna add this to our list at this point. We might as well get it on our list to add validation. Add argument. Hey, of course, always happy to support fellow devs. We'll move that up to after the handlebars, because that is probably what more people are interested in. So if it's true, it's true. If it's false, otherwise it fails. Now for patch list, we're just going to set the rest of request.body. There we go. So there's our patch list method, which overrides our, well, let's rename a list, and overrides our publicity. Let's try and word wrap on for this. Set list publicity. Goodbye. We'll add this to the end, and then thank you ESLint tells me, hey, you got some stuff here that you should get rid of. So great thing I came here. My publicity is a little bit more logical than this. We'll fix that in a moment. Renaming always takes me to the sorted tab, so that's good. Name, request by name. Okay, this is perfect. I was able to implement that greatly. Let's fix this, because when we are setting it to true, we set public true. But when we're not, we're unset public 1. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Krugon. Hope your Wednesday's going well. So I think I need to yoink this logic. A yoink. A yoink. We're over here just implementing method overrides to make our methods just a little bit more semantic. And this is the logic that does this. So instead of this, because it's technically a removing when it's not included. Now with this, so this is the logic if there's a body name and it's empty. Now this update filter, I think we're ready to use here. And we will, at this point, objects.assign, I think is the trick we want for it. Thank you, Copilot. We're assigning all the attributes left in our body to the set, which will update the name specifically. And so this one does need to go back to what it was. I did have it right, because we are adding it, so we set our thing to a attribute of true instead of the word true. And with that, I think we're ready to go. We're at least ready to test this, see if it works from the front end. So patch list, there we go. So set list publicity, that's one thing that needs to update our front end. Where's our public thing? There it is. So this is, technically it is a form. Well, technically it's an anchor, it ain't a form at all. So we need to first set the method. Method equals patch. Method query parameter first or last. Show many decisions, we'll set it last. So this will be public equals, oh, I do need that logic I just removed. So not list public. There we go. So back and forward. Public equals EJS escapee logic, not list public, and because we're maybe building a query parameter here, our second, or our everything after the first one, delimited with the ampersand. Let's put some space in there. So this should work for toggling the list publicity. So we will comment out that, and we'll just want to test this. We've written a fair amount of code. Gotta test this. So make public. Well, we tried. Okay, let's look at the logs. So here we're making a patch to list ID public true method equals patch. So it is private. We want to make it public. We want to set public to true. So we are doing that. It's not in the body though. It's in the query because. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. If this was a patch, it would be in the body, though. Okay, this is a fun fact about the, okay, this is mainly on me. Because I'm using a GET request to make this change, it all usually would be in the body. Because it's a GET request, it's in the query. Okay, so again, when y'all do this, y'all's gonna have much simpler in mind. You don't have to do this, but because I'm being weird, my things are in query and not body. Now I can change my code over here to say request.query, but then that goes against what the contract I've written. This is a patch. So my solution is to have the middleware do some more work. So not only are we deleting the method from query, we're going to be moving it from query to body. So this will be if, no, not that logic. I want to check if type of request body is an object. So if it's an object, I can move my attributes to. Then I think I'll choose an object assign. No, you didn't. Copilot, write me code. Thank you, Copilot. So we're going to move all of our query parameters from query to the request.body. But if it's not an object, so what are the other options for this? So type. So if I have an object and it doesn't have .body, I can check that it's undefined, or I can check. No, I want to check if it's. So for my middlewares, It's always going to be an object anyway. I think they always make it an object, so I can just check that it's not on the object. So if not body in request, then request.body equals new object. Good. Okay, that's not how ternaries work. Okay, so if it ain't there, we add it. Otherwise, we're just going to assume it's an object. I don't think I need to make that fix. And then we're going to set request.query back to an empty object. So a little bit more than this middleware is supposed to be doing, but that's the great thing about Express. You can make it do whatever you want. Now, if all those changes, we should be able to make it public. No, great sadness. Okay, we got console logging at this point. So let's, on our patch list, console log request.body. So first we're going to see if those changes we made are actually doing their job. So we come here, we refresh, nothing happens because we need to click the button. We click the button. Ooh, so it is here. Public is true. So if public in request body, this is true. If request body public triple equals the word true, request body public equals the boolean true. If it's the word false, then unset. Then I delete it. Okay, we don't want to do that. This is where we delete it. Boom. Okay, so just had a little misplacing, and there we go. We made it public, and we made it private. The button does its job. Okay, so a little bit of debugging, a little bit of finding out where we place things wrong. In the end, it all works, and we went from two functions that did very specific things to one function that kind of does both, which we'll eventually replace with validation. And look how much better that looks. So now our list has a patch. Now we're going to update the names of some more. What's this angry? Got these old methods here. Cleaning it up. Now for all of these that end in the word delete, very obvious, like very big red flags that they shouldn't do that. So if you end in the word delete, you already have the delete method. We're just going to do that. So delete list and delete item. And that doesn't need a trailing forward slash. So delete list and delete item. Basically everywhere we have / delete on our front end. So a good a buy there and a good a buy here. We needed to do this before because we had no way to distinguish between all the gets, but now we have a method name. So deleting lists and deleting items should still work. We have an item right here. Uh-oh. So delete list. So remember, your front end does not refresh itself. You gotta do that manually. There it is. Now it's gone. And to delete the list do be gone. Okay, with that deletion has been cleaned up that much more. Now let's clean up some more methods. So post a list is creating a list, getting a list by ID, deleting a list by ID, posting a new item. I'm trying to think if there's any better way to do this. So post item. So I'm going to do this, I'm going to reduce it to just the list ID, just cleaning it up that much more. So / item in our front end. Right here it is. Yes, when you make a post to the list, it's assuming you're making a new item. Now when you're getting the compare page, you gotta do that. When you're making a put to the list. Okay, so these kind of getting all wishy-washy together. But when you make a put, it means you're receiving a whole new thing. This is specifically for resetting the list comparison, so I don't know if we're going to have a one-to-one matching for method name. Because this is specifically for comparison. So this is a put, reset list comparisons. This is for comparisons. So if I just name it comparisons, I think that'll do a lot better. And this is up on the, well, I have to type things right. There we go. Now this is on the home page of our list items. So where we do, what's it called? Reset list, yeah, it's resetting all the comparisons. So the big reset button, and we are putting the new value, which is nothing. Alright, yeah, because patch is partial, put is complete, so that one is more accurate now. Now for our rename page, we need that. Patching the list, deleting an item, resetting an item. Now here we go, we can, so this is awkward because we're not changing, we're not putting to the item itself, we're putting to the comparisons of the items. So I will call this putting to the comparison. So basically the same way we did the last one. We had a resetting of items in our unsorted list. We now have comparisons. Goodbye. And then you need to get this rename page for patch rename item. This one can be just a patch. This will be called patch item, because all the item really has is a name in the first place, so good for you. Then get, so this one also needs to be a thing in which we are adding a new comparison, so post. So I just made 2 changes. Let's make for the easier one, which is in our comparison page. Compare easily, yeah, so yeah, all these, they exist as results. You all, congratulations, just got upgraded to a method of post, because it is creating a new, technically it's not a new entity in the database, but it's a new thing on the database. And it's partial. Yeah, this one doesn't have a one-to-one relationship, it appears, because we are essentially adding a key and another key to an objecto. Naming things is fun. Well, it's either post, put, or patch, so it's narrowed down to one of those 3. If we make it a post, then it's adding a new. A put would not be a put. What? No, that's surely not it. Finite singularity. I just need to think more, right? It isn't always perfectly applicable. Yeah, you're not wrong. I figured at least, give it a shot, though, right? I think I'll just live with a post. Better than a get. Okay, all of this is an improvement. At the very least, I'm improving in some direction, away from making everything a get. So, at least it's got more variety in it, right? It's fine. Yeah, and I wrote this method patch item. So it was rename item. So rename item, it becomes yeah, for sure. Obscure and hard to maintain, just to be in compliance with some set of guidelines that makes you do more work just to be in compliance than to actually be understandable. Yeah. That's why it was so quick for me to put this together. It's like I can just slap together this and that just like that, and as long as nothing changes, nothing's good. But a little bit of standard never hurt no one. Plus I get to play around with this method override, which I see a fair amount of people messing around with, at least in 100 devs. Yeah, so controllers, we have rename item. There we go. That don't do anything anymore. That is patch item. Patch item is defined but never used because I updated this down here. There we go. Yeah, it's only literally doing patching of one thing, the name, because that's all items have. Which I can validate. This is where Mongoose is eventually going to save our lives. Oh, that's outline time. Where is it? Create item? Create items. Here it is. Yeah, so an item, it just has a name. You can't really change anything else about it. So, patch. Oh, I just renamed it path item. There we go. I named things right. There we go. We set the name to this. Fun fact, I just realized we were doing something else. So, create items. Let's look at that method again. An item has a modified at, which I should totally be updating. There we go, we get to update this. And since we have two modified ats being updated, let's shove them into a single variable. This is the way I've done it before, right? Yeah, new data object. Let me new data object. Is there a reason I did this? I did this for readability. Ha! Past me was a fool. I can just shove that in on the line. Now this starts matching the rest of the code. Loving that. Okay, and with that last change, aside from organizing these, I think that do be the last one we're gonna make. Now I'm just gonna go test the list to make sure it works. So we create a thing, because I haven't written tests for this. Well, I have them written, they just haven't been updated in eternity. There we go, def goes to the top, delete the single comparison, make the thing public, make it private, okay. Delete the list. Okay, it does appear to be working. That was a renaming, so let's make sure the renames work actually. It looks fine. It's not fine yet. So if we add one and we rename number 1 to O-N-E, big sad, and glad we went for this test. Cannot patch list thing rename because the front end has not been updated. The back end has. So this is our list of comparisons. There we go. Nope, that's not where we're going. It's a rename page. So it's wherever we're using a rename form. Rename item. Oh, rename form. Method equals patch. Okay, let's figure this logic out. So we are at this page, which is renaming new item name. Turn tab, so back into the rename form. I think I went too generic or abstract with this form. I don't know if I can handle it. So we have list, and then we have return tab, so making a patch to the list ID. Oh, I think this was always broken. List item. Yeah, this was always broken. It's a fun fact. Let me be sure. Let's just be sure. So we have this rename form. It's used globally 2 times. One to rename the list, and one to rename the current item. Yeah, this was broken. Don't know how it was, but it was very much broken. Because they both used to be / rename, but now one is thing / other thing. So what I need for the list renaming, which is still working, list.name, list, and this one is a list with the item. Now the way I construct my lovely URL is over here, where I take the list ID and I put that in the URL and nothing else. So this is, sorry, I can already see this thing's already getting smushed up with our return tab. I might just pull this entire value out to say, that's a cancel button, hold up. The post goes to the current location. So what is this place? This is on the rename tab. Ah, that's why it's doing this. Because I already made a get to the rename tab, the page, and I was trying to make a patch to that exact same page. I wonder if I can just do a relative like action, go up a path. Sounds wrong, but it might work. Proper way is probably to make this back here. Yeah, so back to rename, which essentially means, hold on, when we access the item itself, got it. The items page is a rename page. Bingo bango. There we go, which means when we go to view the item, okay, when we go straight to the item name and not item name / rename. Now I just gotta get that working. So the rename button is from the comparisons page. It is from the unsorted page. I lied. Boom, we go there. That takes us to the rename page, so let us traverse to that page. Okay, HTML was still cached, very cached. We are now uncached. Boom, we're at the page. Now if we rename it to TWO, absolutely loving it. Rename it again, back to the number 2, and just for sanity, let's make sure our big rename still works. Oh, I got a problem. This one's not gonna do. Yeah, let's say we're upgrading. still got a few more upgrades to go, but we're getting through it. Patch rename. Another route. So let's get to the rename page. Thanks. Yeah, we're just working on these method overrides now. We're nearing the end though. We are nearing the end. You know what? I think I'm just gonna put the rename page on the same page as this. So we'll just have it like right there. New list name right on there. So a rename form, which means we no longer need a rename path. Not that one. This one. There we go. So we don't longer get this one. We poof you away. And we want this to be below the title. So right there. There we go. Should be a little. So this one's like centered and all. That would be cool. I can make it details. Yeah, I'll make it a details. It's not going to work for the other view, and this should only be done during an owner, so let's make sure that's in there. So this rename form, I'll wrap it in details. And then inside there, be our form. Rename. It's not the stylistically best, but it's alright. It's actually basically exactly what I want. Now we're gonna see. So this one goes away. Poof. Delete, and this is list rename. There we go. Render rename page. Be gone. Which means our controller gets one less function in it. I love cleaning that up. Poof. Well, apparently all these relied on that. It's okay. We can now call render list. Nope. Somewhere we're calling get list. There we go. There we go. So that will just get us the list page. Now this better be supporting extra arguments for... Okay, good. Supporting additional arguments, so our message will make it through. Okay, I think this is going to work now. So if we go to rename numbers to number Z, it does rename as expected. And if we... Oh, well, thankfully we can't actually mess it up, but that's okay. Okay, so there are a list. There are a compare page. We need that. Comparisons page. We need that. Oh, let's move this. So get. We'll try to order these in some way. Get post patch delete. We have our 2 pages there. Delete item. Let's get item first, then patch item, then delete comparison, create result. Yeah, all these kind of misfits here without a home. But at least all these are kind of together now, and I will smush them into their own thing after this. Comparisons. So these can definitely be put on the same name. Just gotta pick which one. So get next comparison. It's the page you go to. You can see in the browser. Comparisons. Yeah, back at it again with the heat. Ooh. Yeah, we're working on it, inadequate dev. Yeah. And hey, I'm glad you're able to catch me during your lunch break too. Lots of debating between names, which is essentially what this whole this one chunk of the project has been. Naming things slightly better. We're using the method override, so we can use 0 front-end code and still be able to use all these cool method names, like we have in that video we all got assigned in the 100 devs. I just gotta pick a name here. Comparisons. There we go. Comparison. I will leave it S. There we go. So wherever we call compare, we now update. Comparison. Compare.js. Because I'll rename that too. Comparison.js. And compare goes to comparison. I've named all these correctly. Nope, there's a typo. Stop the presses. Comparisons. Yeah. We'll use comparisons. So, comparisons, plural. Plural. Come on, everyone gets plural. In that file, it gets a rename. Bada bing, bada boom. And we should be able to see if that works by just going to our sort page. After, of course, refreshing our HTML, because we're on old HTML. Big yikes. Failed to look at view compare. Okay, so somewhere still says compare. Lots of things say compare. Here it is. Say view name, it had no leading forward slash for me to rename. 0 comes before 6. That JS also needs a rename. So in our public folder, at least it's all becoming equal though. That's always nice. We'll have some good consistency. Oh, not that consistent. There we go. Don't know why 0 got so badly reset, but we are getting it back up. There we go. I must have deleted too many things. But the list is sorted. And I believe... So we add a comparison, we delete. So when we put on an item, we are resetting the item. Let's look at other resets we have called. Reset comparison, reset list comparisons. You know, I think we've fiddled around with it enough. Let's put all these together, right? So how do we do this? Router, and how to type. Router.route, and then we attach all the listeners there. So list, and then for each of these we can do it on that line. Let's see if I can do some multi-cursor magic here. We keep the method name, but ditch this string and keep the middlewares. So it's paste, parentheses, delete the semicolon, and then indent all the things with a semicolon. Now all of these need require tokens, so I don't know if I can chuck that in there. I think this is, I'd rather have it explicit than implicit, so all of our changes to the list, I should test getting, and I should test renaming. Everything else should just work. We got the list, we add a thing, unsorted. There's the thing, we delete the thing. Hey, Caliclips. Hello, hello. Hope your Wednesday's been going well. We over here just about finishing, actually, getting the last touches on our method overriding. So these all used to be gets. Now they're much more cleaned up, and they all use the exact, well, they use similar names. So we just made names better everywhere. Hope your Wednesday's been going well. I'm just going to experiment, see if I can add middlewares to this. Can I? It's not stopping me. That's always a good sign. It's not stopping me. It's always a good sign, though. So we're just going to see if this does the magic. So this is getting a next comparison and then resetting a comparison. So essentially, resetting. I am glad to hear it, Caliclips. Mine's been going well. Been working on this project for a little bit now. Add some logging, add these whole method things. Eventually we're going to be adding mongoose and other things like that. Hey, it's all good, it's all good. Let me turn off Copilot, because that's the most powerful of my autocompletes. But yeah, that's why I leave it there, right? Don't apologize at all. So yeah, no autocomplete for, I believe, that is 15 minutes. Let me check how long that is. Yeah, where is it? Yeah, 15 minutes. Cool. So, at 16:20 is when I will be free. Okay, so what do we want to do? We want to get the next comparison and reset all of our comparisons. So I don't want to do it to this list because I love this list. Let's do it to this list. There we go. We add random things. We click sort. This page should work. Big sad. Okay, so yeah, this logic does not work. I think I need to do .use, right? Nope. Purge put, so these are all the names. Ooh, .all. There we go. So for all of them, you will require the token. And now it works. Hold on, I think all require token. We manually type it. I think I did use it a little bit there. This does appear to be working though. We can add them, and then we can reset them like so. Okay, so that is working. Now we get to do that one more time at least. So router.route list colon item next line dot get. And there's nothing saying I can't take my existing code. Yellow and purple, or orange and purple, I suppose, rather. Not all of them do require token, so man, it's so close, so hard to like be careful of what you're typing. Like, take that's my clipboard. It's not autocomplete. I am staying away from multi-cursor magic because that would definitely be what I would consider. And lastly, for delay, and these are all the modifications of an individual item. Yes, a Caliclips, I am doing JS. You can see actually the entire code base right here. So this is, so it is the it is the mean stack. So MEEN, because I'm not using React with it. I don't plan to be using React with it. So it's MongoDB, Express.js, EJS for the front end. Those are all of our front end templates. And Node.js, because it's all Node.js. So yeah, lots of JS. And to make this site right here, which you can use it to import a bunch of random things, a bunch of unsorted numbers, for example. And then if you come on by and you want to have these numbers sorted, you can enter sorting mode. And then you, as a human, you choose which is higher. So 2 is greater than 3, 0 is less, 1 is less than 2. And it asks you the least amount of questions that are required to perfectly sort all of the items. Ta-da! Starting off with me needing a challenge to well, not a challenge, me needing something to build a full stack CRUD app around, and now it's here. And the challenge is that there is no required front-end JavaScript. So what little front-end JS I have is just for like keyboard presses and stuff. So yeah, it's all back-end JS for the most part. I think I will update this one though. Yeah, it's pretty neat. Technically, I think it's live somewhere around here. Yeah, it's live on the GitHub. There's a link to it, so to mess around. And it's all styled with Bootstrap, because I am about to add a bunch of CSS. Yeah, right now we're just cleaning it up a bit. Alright, so we have this post for compare items with result. So we're going to update that. So we'll make a post to this. Won't be to result, and it will call compare items nonetheless. So this is what we were calling with /result. So search is technically, I'm not going to use search. I'm going to have to manually peruse my way through this list of things. Comparisons EJS. Here it is. Nope. Oh yeah, so the result is technically the path. So my solution here is result equals, I have to first spell the word result correctly. So it's probability. Yeah, it is kind of probability. So, like, for example, if we reset the numbers, for example, we see that the unsorted list is 2 to 1. It's basically 1 through 10. But when you enter sorting mode, it shows you 2 items. And they seem random from the list, but they're chosen in a way that, for example, if you have 1, 2, and 3, if you say 2 is greater than 3, then you don't need to check if, and you say 2, so like, if we keep going this way, like this is the way they order them, you don't need to directly compare 1 and 3, because you know that since 2 is to the right of 1, then 3 has to be to the right of 1 also. So it reduces the amount of direct comparisons by kind of you doing a binary kind of sort. And that is the efficiency of it, binary sort. Oh, this is broken. Oh, this is what I'm working on. No wonder it's broken. I can't demonstrate it to you because it's very, very broken. Yeah, if I set all the result things. Very broken right now. There we go. Yeah, so you choose 3 and 2, which is higher. 2 is higher. 2 and 10, 2 is higher. I do have a little keyboard control, so you can hit the arrow keys to make it a little quicker. 2 and 6, 2 and 4. You see, once it's done figuring out where 2 goes, it will ask me about another one. 0 and 2, and then 1 and 2. So this just indicated that both... Wow, that was... Something went wrong. That's okay. We're always here to test the bugs, so... I don't know what I did there. Let's figure out what went wrong. So... Oh no, you're fine, Callie. Your latency ain't bad at all. So yeah, 2 does go above all of these. Thinking. I mean, my latency ain't that great either. You know, my Spectrum internet, it has fluctuated a few times today, unfortunately. Very interesting. So did it just put them backwards? Because 2 is at the top. It didn't ask me about any of the other ones. So 1 is greater than 2, 0 is greater than 2. Ah, they all have the same answer. Something went wrong. So it's probably this encoding right here. This is what went wrong. So we can fix that by looking in our controller for compare items. So we'll just do a little console login. Ah, I am accessing request params, and it's not in params anymore. It is in a body. Oh, that part is in param, and that part's in param. This part's in body. Okay, so that is what went wrong. Glad this reset button works though. There we go. So 2 is our winner. 3 is okay. It's already changed. I think it's fixed, folks. Now 7 is on top. 6 is on top of 7. 3 is above 6. 4 is above 6. Oh, well, Callie, it's been, I've had more of a unique experience, but right now, I'm a member of the 100 Doves. There's a bunch of birds in there. No, I'm a member of the 100 Devs agency. They're a web agency, well, full stack web development agency with a free training program that's actually here on Twitch. So a fair amount of this has been from them, but I did, try and pick it up myself a little bit before, just sparingly learning what I needed to learn. Started with Python, bounced to PHP, Python, Java, then PHP, then JavaScript and the rest of them, but Yeah, 100 devs is a pretty good way to learn. It takes you from 0 to, I mean, this is kind of the material we're actually learning now, so yeah, if you're interested, feel free to check it out. What was I doing? Yeah, they're here. I need to push these numbers. So yeah, as you see, we're still sorting numbers, because there are a fair number of them. But once I get to the end of this is why I added a percentage indicator to know how close you are to being done. 7 goes up, 8 goes up, 0 goes up. For sure, like DriveNet said, yep, we're all on the same journey, just some of us have the privilege of time and such, you know? Yeah, and that 100 devs, it's got a full catch-up crew too, you know, folks who are just starting today and such, so it's never too late to, the only better time that was to start was yesterday, right? So don't make it 2 days ago. Feel free to give it a start using whatever material you like. Sooner better than later, whenever you got the free time. But yeah, I just demonstrated after it sorted the list automatically. Ooh. But yeah, that's basically the whole app. It sorts lists. Very, very enthusing, but yeah, it's useful for, like, if you got 5 places to eat, you can sort them by which ones you want to eat at more. Still got 3 minutes of no autocomplete. A B dot, which one I want post? I'll put the post first. Although I actually all need to use the required token middleware. There we go. Sort by Michelin star rating. That's essentially, I mean, that'd be a lot easier to do it, right? Just so, like, you see, that's when things like, yeah, normal sorting algorithm would work, but when it's preferences, then it's like, it's like not empirical data. You need to collect the data and then sort by it. So yeah, this ain't Yelp or nothing. You just sort by stars. Oh, I think I also used some autocomplete on that one. There we go. I got you back. And with that, I suppose we can do a little bit more right here for this login and stuff. Router dot route. Well, these are both handle tokens. So / login dot all handle token, which is dang it, I did it again. I autocompleted. There we go. And now for we have a get and a post. I'll just write get first, since that is the first one that comes. Response, I do need to pass request and response, so request response, because I need to access it right here. Nothing says I can't copy and paste. You know what? I will take that compliment, Kali. Yes, it is machine learning. The machine learns where to add things. I will give you, so those examples before may not have been clear, but here comes the most clear example, which I can draw on a graph. So I just add the number 9, and we're going to try to sort it, so it should go after 8. So here's what's going to happen. It's going to choose the middle of the list. It's going to ask me, does it come before or after 5? Once I tell it becomes after 5, it's not going to ask me about any of those. It's only going to ask me about these. Then it'll pick 7 and say, does it become before or after 7? Then it'll cancel all these out. It's going to ask me 8 or 10. And then since there are only 2 left, if I say it's greater than 8, it'll ask me if it's lower than 10. If I say it's greater than 10, then it's below 10. But if I ask if it's less than 10, then it's going to ask if it's greater than 8. So you see how each question, I eliminate 50% of my options. That's the binary sorting bit of the algorithm. So here it is asking me about 5. Here it is asking me about 8. And here it is asking me about 10. Boom. And it puts it in its little slot right there. Now, I only have 10 of them, so this isn't that enthusing. But the more you get, the more this mathematically pays off, I think. But with just one, it's not. We're just 10 numbers, it's not the best. And again, this is more of just something I could practice with, you know. Not gonna cure anything in the world. I auto-completed it again. Handle token. Let's name it properly. There we go. And then forget. We can delete all this fun stuff. And then for posts, delete all this fun stuff. Yeah, look how less that is. On a scale of Python to BrainF, I would say I'd say it's actually pretty close to Python, honestly. So, because I did learn Python first, then I technically learned Java and PHP, so I didn't go straight from Python to JavaScript. But I'd say it's not too hard. It's not too different compared to Python, because both languages are dynamically typed, like you don't have types and stuff. So there's a lot of similarity there. The main difference is that syntactically speaking, you don't have to deal with the weird white spaceness. So if white space has ever been an issue for you, it will actually be easier than your than Python for sure, because we use braces and stuff to denote beginnings and endings and such. So I'd say it's closer to Python. Between picking the two of which is easiest, it's kind of hard, because I haven't touched Python in a while. It also depends on what you're wanting to do with it. Like Python kind of has its bubble of things, and JavaScript has its bubble of things. They overlap quite a bit, but JavaScript is much more for the web. Python is not as much for the web, that you can do webby stuff on the back end with servers. I mean, if I had to pick between the two, I'd definitely say JavaScript is what to learn. But difficulty, I'd say they're equal, if not one slightly more difficult than the other. They're so equal, I can't tell which is more harder, though. Ever a 0 with Unicode error? Oh, I remember back in my Python 2 days, I fought Unicode errors. So yeah, I fought them before. It depends. If it's a problem reading something, then it needs to be .encode or .decoded. If it's a problem literally executing your script, though, if it's a problem literally executing the script, I would go with recreating the file and copying the contents over, or maybe having retype some of the contents just to get the script working. Then try copy the contents, see if you get some weird non-normal character in there. Yeah, I've never had a 0 Unicode error. It's not, well, at least I can't remember having a 0. Oh, a 0 with space? Is that what you mean? I use those all the time. If you have a 0 with space, then yeah, you're going to want to take the snippet that has the 0 with space and retype it. If you just got that error but don't know what the 0 with space is, so basically So it's this little thing right here. So I just copied it to the clipboard. That's the only way you can get it. And I can add it anywhere I want. So I just pasted like 10 of them. And you can see even VS Code's like warning me. You got an invisible character in your code. Yeah, 0 with space for sure. Yeah, you want to avoid that at all if possible. But yeah, don't mess with it. I mean, unless you have to, because as you can see, without an editor, like the code's failing for some reason, but it's only VS Code that's telling me there's an invisible character here. So it can definitely be a tough thing to mess with. Usually you see it with pranks or like trying to break sites and such. I'm sure there's a way to replace it if you're receiving content you want to remove the impurities. I'm sure there's a way to do that. But with that, I gotta go to the name of this package. I'm gonna call it wrong. Override, not overwriting. Overriding. There we go. I got names right. And with that, I am free to Copilot again. I'm not gonna do that manually. Git add view public. I guess I got a few more manual files. Yeah, okay. Git add server, git add routes, package, both of the packages, and controllers. Let's actually look at controllers. That is where a bulk of the logic exists. Hello, controllers. So you access the body. Your name's been updated. Your name's been updated. You've been updated combined. You've been given a modified at. That's good. And these have all been updated. Okay. That is the addition of method overriding. And with that, we'll push both the code and the build to the web. And we'll be taking, well, actually, we got a list to update. Let's update our lovely list. VS Code is being slow. There we go. Implement method overriding. Yeah. Actually, I think Mongoose will handle my argument validation. But yeah, our next thing will be converting. I don't know if we're going to convert all of it, because to be honest, I'm not in on the handlebars jam. I'm just going to do it to, just to demonstrate the direct comparison, but I might do a few files and be like, I'm good. Then go to JSX, because JSX is much funner in my opinion. But we'll at least show how to get started on it, do a few files, do a few templates. But that, of course, is after the break. And additionally, after we do our code wars when we get back from said break. Before I go on said break, though, I do want to shout out my fellow 100 dev streamer, Oregon Curtis. They're also doing some streams right now, building their restaurant pop-up website. Same stack, actually. Though, they're all, yeah, it is actually the same stack. They already beat me to Mongoose, though, so yeah, feel free to check them out. And yeah, it is, I don't know, whoa, dude, I think I've gotten a little bit of Stockholm Syndrome on it. It doesn't, I don't mind it as much as most other people are minding it, like, because I write it very componentized. Like, you see my login page, it's really just 3 components and a trench coat, so it's more reusable, which makes it more, less painful to work with. But yeah, like, I much prefer JSX, which is why we're actually going to JSX in a moment. So, because like stuff like this is a little painful. It's just like randomly hitting these symbols. Like the highlighting makes it readable, but still, like, I suppose if I was being paid for it, I would love it. But I don't know. Like logic like this hurts. This is painful right here. I am conditionally checking if the URL equals something else. If it does, I'm generating raw HTML string to output. It's like, this is painful. Whoa, dude. Like, stuff like this makes me not enjoy EJS. It's like, there should be a better way, but the limitations of the thing, right? By the way, thanks for coming on by. I forgot. Hope your Wednesday is also going well. But yeah, I say any templating language that allows you to basically do components or templates, they're equal in their capabilities. It's just the syntax, which, choose your favorite. My favorite is not EJS. Could never go back though. As you can see, I have gone back, so I guess I can go back. With that, well, we will be taking this break. Ooh, a React hook form. Yeah, forms, the bane of our existence, huh, folks? I mean, that's Rufio's talking about how they're fighting forms. We're fighting forms. I'm not looking forward to the day I get to fight a form, but for how much it's meant to solve, React hooked form, I have yet to hear someone. I mean, I'm sure it's eventually a good experience, but every time I hear about it, it's someone fighting it. Your DN Bill was fighting React hook form. You're fighting React hook form. I'm not looking forward to the day where I have to fight React hook forms. Definitely not looking forward to that day, folks. Let's all contemplate and be thankful that some of us do not have to fight React hook forms just yet, and mourn the losses of those who do on our break. Thanks for coming on by there, Campbellkerns. Hope your day's been going well. We're over here just coming back from a break. Red timer, there it is for you. We're gonna do some Code Wars to warm ourselves back up. Since I forgot to share the links, we're gonna do 2 of them. We're gonna do this one, and if you want to rush ahead, we're also gonna do this one. So, Slaphead. They always get the funnest stories, folks. So you will be given a string where a clean-shaven head is shown as hyphen character, and stray hairs are shown as /. Your task is to check the head for hairs and get rid of them. You should return the original string with any stray hairs removed. Keep count of them as the second element you need to return. So if there are these counts of hairs, 0, 1, and 2, clean, unicorn, Homer. For 3 to 5 hairs, careless, and for greater than 5, hobo. We'll have to return both of these, the modified head and unicorn, or in the label, in an array. So that's going to be an interesting one, folks. So essentially, we're going to do this as it describes by removing them. So we're going to do it kind of the word problem describes, one by one, remove and count the hairs. I do believe there might be different alternative approaches that may be quicker. So there's going to be const cars. So I want to convert my string into an array so I can mutate into individual by indexes. I less than cars.length I plus plus. Then we're going to iterate through the array of characters. We're going to say if cars current character triple equals a /, aka a hair, then increase our count by 1 with the increment operator, and set cars current character to a hyphen. So every hair we hit, we increment our count, and we change it to a hyphen. Now we have our string, or we have an array of our characters, which is this, and we need to return our proper response. So we can just say let response equals clean, and start ourselves an if, else if, and else chain. So if response triple equals 1, nope, not response, this needs to be count, then response equals unicorn. I'm noticing a fair amount of similarity that they always end with an exclamation point, so I'm going to add that later. Else if count triple equals 2, response equals Homer, and we're going to copy and paste this for else if count greater than or less than or equal to 5, because this will handle 3, 4, and 5. Our response is careless, and then the else response equals hobo. Now we get to return our array of characters turned back into a string, so this will be cars.join with an empty string to join them back together, then the response plus and then the exclamation point. It's fine, Kylie Eclipse. It's all good. If you didn't hear the answer to my 0 width error, I believe my response was basically try to avoid them at all costs. If you find a 0 width space in your code, retype the code manually. That will get rid of it. Lastly, if it's in the input you're trying to receive, there are various libraries and such that should be able to remove or normalize Unicode content for you. Basically get rid of all Unicode characters including this 0 with a space, or you can specifically search for it and remove and replace it accordingly. So yeah, a few different ways to get it. Oh, something went wrong. So, careless to deeply equal clean. Well, I've obviously done something wrong. Here we go. Else, if count greater than 5. There we go. I just had to, nope. That's, what did I do wrong? So given all clean, expected careless to equal clean. Okay, so I have to do more logic. Count greater than equal 3 and count less than or equal to 5. Okay. Just did bad binary logic. Okay, folks, and this is the solution, but we're going to write it a different way. So this one very much definitely looks like to be a switch case. So let's write a function get response count. We'll go switch case. So switch count, and then it's going to be case 0 return clean. And we're just going to do this 2, 3, 4, 5 more times. This will be 1, 2, 3. I think the way this works, so I do case 3, case 4, case 5, then default. Just a lack of that. Nice. Python 3 and a little C#. Well, it depends, kind of directly depends on what you want to do with programming and coding in general. If making games and game engines is your jam, then C#, that's definitely going to help with Unity and other big engines like that. But if you're interested in other things like web development or anything really to interact with the web, JavaScript is really going to help you a lot. You probably already know a bit, but Python, pretty good gold mine for machine learning and just data, wrangling with data in general. Java, if you want to ever develop natively on Android. Swift for natively on iOS. I definitely say, just from Python and C#, you got the real data heavy one down. I'd say JavaScript would be the next. I'm a little biased. I do write in JavaScript, but honestly, I think JavaScript would be your next one, because that would open up a much more platforms and opportunities to you. Back end, which you can already have a Python, but then again, there's also front end, all the front end web development frameworks. So yeah, machine learning and game development. Yeah. Okay, yeah, then machine learning, you're going to get Python, and game development, you C#. You basically already learned what I don't know. I'm not machine learning or game development myself, but as far as I've heard, that's the best for machine learning, Python, and I do see C# a lot in game dev with Unity and Unreal and such. If you ever want to port your games to the web, though, probably would like to know a little JavaScript. Although it won't be much to learn, since it's mostly in C# or your engine of choice. Yeah, you're right. There is a fair amount of TensorFlow stuff and such for machine learning and JF just to get the so you can do it in the browser and stuff. A lot of people like doing that, so you can access the camera and sensors and stuff. So yeah, you're right, Mavi. There is a fair amount of it. It's just it's just not the popular one just yet. I'm great at copying and pasting, folks. Okay, I think I got this working. So that is our get response. which will take a count and return the response instead of writing this giant switch let if else branch. And now with this, so what we're doing now is we're going through the characters and we're changing them one by one. What if we didn't do that at all? What if we just counted how many hairs we had? So we say constant count equals x dot split forward slash length. I think it's -1 to get the count. So that's the count of hairs. And then we want to repeat this for how many there should be, which is x dot length. There we go. Now we do need count. We need count once actually, so aha, it goes straight to get response. And with that, I don't think this is getting any better. One-liner, almost Nazareth, almost. We ain't one-liner just yet. Not just yet, Nazareth. Sorry, I had to fix something. But yeah, hope your Wednesday's been going well. It's almost a one-liner. I mean, we could have made it a one-liner with the longest ternary expression you've seen in existence, but I figured y'all might want to read the code at some point, so we're not doing that. Although, about to do the forbidden. Forbidden code. Oh, nope, okay, apparently you cannot do that. Wow, JavaScript, disappointing. Okay, so this is the best we're gonna get. No one-liner, but pretty close to a one-liner in Nazareth. And yeah, Kylie, some ethical hacking. Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with it to know if there's a language bias to that, Kylie, because it's all like, I mean, it's either language agnostic from what I'm aware of, or you're targeting a specific utility, which means you have to know that language itself. But I know for like penetration testing and stuff, Python's got some pretty good suites and such. Yeah, I know I could done that, DN Bull. I was like, this is perfectly for a switch case, you know? And yeah, all is well. Have you been fighting with React hook forms too? Someone else was in here fighting with React hook forms. I'm like, oh wait, there's you, there's DM Bull. Everything I hear about that is a fight. Those don't know, DM Bull also Hunter Dever does some cool streaming and stuff with some more modern projects, Next, TypeScript, Prisma, all the fun new toys. Just go check them out. You are the expert, eh? There you go. Trying to think, Goldfish memory here. It was Wodu. Yeah, Wodu's over there fighting with React hooks. Trying to get it to work. Maybe if they're still around, they'll know what error is going on. Cannot comprehend it. Okay, that's the answer. Nice. Make Swift at Work launching this week for a new project. Woo! All exciting stuff, Diumbo. Oh yeah, you mentioned, you can literally say I've been here before. The visual builder for Next.js. I love me some Next. I'd also love my internet loaded any of this. Yeah, kind of like, not Storybook, but actually I think it is Storybook, yeah. Probably made that comparison last time. Yeah. Extending the timer by 2 minutes. Okay, Callie, 2 minutes on the timer. So it was going to be, yeah, actually, 120. So that was to complete the last one. I'll add the extension here. So 6 plus 120, so 720. There we go. So we get an extra 2 minutes for this problem. Yeah, put yourself in their shoes, huh? That don't sound fun. But yeah, next Code War, since our last one was our last break rather, was so long gone. Count strings in object. Given an object, count all string values inside it. So this thing is going to be recursive, it looks like. We got first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. We are returning 3, so it has a value of them. And we're returning the count for this one inside the array. So we're going recursive, folks. Yeah, that sounds like basically a perfect way to understand any technology that's a little overwhelming. Console logging and reading what other people are doing with it. Especially if it's, you're working directly with your colleagues. It makes it a lot more apples to apples. Do I do some leak code? Yeah, Callie, I actually do leak code at the it's not as fun as Code Wars, but yeah, it is much more algorithmy and data structure, which means yeah, it does get asked more on interviews. So yeah, I do leak code. I'm actually doing the leak code of the day, and we did that at the top of the stream. I think we'll watch take a little break here. We'll wait for this. I think yeah, a 39-day streak. So yeah, I do me some leak code, Callie. Well, it's not. I mean, look at this little problem here. Count strings in object. This is, this isn't a complete wash. This has got a little bit of challenge. Ooh, binary search. Yeah, that's tough. Well, the thing is, like, the better you do at that, the harder problems they throw at you, Danbull. So, like, yeah, it's good, but then it's like, oh, you can only ever complete the easy one now because they think you're so qualified. It's kind of like Code Wars. They throw you like, oh, you should be doing 3 Caillou or 4 Caillou problems. And you're like, but I don't want to pull my hair out. I don't think I've done it enough just yet to for it to rank me out of my ability. But yeah, I can't really do much more than the first one, maybe the second one. Yeah, whoa, dude. Yeah, for sure, Diamble. It's not a tool that's really going to help you progress in much ways, so definitely not something you need to do. So we're going to check if type of key triple equals. Now hold on a moment. Yeah, it is. The frustrated novelist. You're not wrong, but if see, like, my strategy is that I just go to like someone who's done a lot of problems, and I get their last problem, and like, because if they're doing lots of problems, then they're not offset having a pretty good time. So I'm just like, they did problem, I'll do the same problems they're doing. Type of null is an object. That's disgusting. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to, right, Diamble? You're already getting the bank. For sure, yeah. And I don't know about too many free ones, right? I mean, hey, have you heard about this cool agency with a free training program? We ain't there yet, but yeah. I know we'll get to some of the, like Leon said, we don't really need the algorithms to get the job, but I'm sure once we get to the Mega Summer, we'll get into a fair amount of moderate level. I don't know if we'll get to Fang level hards, but Yeah, I don't know any good free resources. I mean, the leak code, there are a number of those solutions that are free, but yeah, Algo Expert. I looked at Algo Expert too. It mainly seemed to be I mean, I know it's a very what's it called? Shallow comparison, but it basically seemed like a few leak code problems. Like it was a collection of 50 of them. But then I saw like they have videos and stuff like that, so it kind of seems like all those platforms are targeting the same things. Build a code wars for TypeScript typing. Well, actually, there was that typing practice thing. I think you, of all people, DM Bull, linked it to me. I know there are a bunch of other ones. Let's see if I can get to the link before DM Bull beats me. Yeah, here it is. The type challenges. As you can see, I didn't get too far because I was like, wow, I like using TypeScript. I don't build TypeScript. But yeah, whoa, dude, there it is. Yeah, those are pretty fun. I mean, they're fun to look at, and they make me grateful for the built-ins in TypeScript. I'm a user, not a developer, and it's like what a bunch of people are saying. The work stays the same. It just moves to the back end, or it moves to the libraries. They have to make all these types and make it easy for the other kind of developers, the non-library developers. Oh, Callie, I said good place to learn is 100 Devs. It's an agency with a free training program right here on Twitch. You can catch them live, or if you can catch all their videos on YouTube. Don't have that linked, but you can click on the things to find their YouTube. And yeah, there's even a Discord, pretty great community, folks of all levels of experience, JavaScript. So we got a few people dabble in machine learning. They talk about it. I nod. Yeah, it's a pretty great community. The grokking. I hear it. I hear it's a good thing to learn stuff. Not sure if it's to learn algos or anything. Like I said, Dimple, I'm at the point where I'm not going for the hard ones. I'm just like, the medium ones enough for me as far as algorithm interview stuff. As long as interview quality memorization of the algorithm, you know? Yeah, people say good things about it. If value equals... So if it's null, continue. Well, if it's not null and it's an object, this is the logic. So there we go. Smile and nod. Yep. Oh, of course. Yeah. My bad. I forgot to. You came in after the link. My bad. Here you go, Dimble. Yeah, a little. Here's the thing. I'm writing this thing recursively. I don't even know if the test cases want this to be done recursively. Of course. Of course. So if value is not null and it is an object, then we're going to, so I do need a count. Count equals 0. 1. Count plus equal string count value. So again, this is a 7 Caillou, so I don't know if it's going to be testing our recursive magic. Count plus, and then finally we return the count. Let's see if that looks right. That looks good for that. Probably some one-liner somewhere we're about to find out. Okay, so let me so essentially you're going to be creating a function, string count, that takes an object, maybe just an object, I don't know. Why does it return 3? So we have 1 string, 2 string, and then a string inside this array. So we're counting the number of values and nested values, apparently, that have a type of string. Yeah, Dimble. I don't know if it's going to be any more nested than this, like if there's another nesting, so hopefully, I've written mine to be a little recursive. Hopefully it handles that. Okay, yeah, be right back. Catch you on the other side. And I will be curious to see what the tests are. So there were no nulls that they needed to check about. Interesting. I wonder how that works. Let's look at the test cases. So the expected is to check if it's a string. Oh, instance of. Oh, I forgot instance of exists. So null. Well, hey, this is a nice little learning moment for me. Instead of doing the weird type of checks, use instance of. That is the prototypal checks. Yeah, it checks the prototype for the constructor. I don't know. It checks something for something, but it doesn't fall suspect to the weird type of null being an object because JavaScript. Yeah, instance of. Gotta use more of that. Hard coded, and they do have the randoms. Do they have super nesting? So we have an object. Within oh, they do super nesting. Yeah, they do super nesting. So an array of an array of an array of strings. Yikes. Yeah, better handle the super nest. Oh, reduce. That was the one-liner. Yeah. JSON stringify, and oh my goodness, so what they do is they pass it to JSON stringify, and this function right here, what this does is it tries to serialize every key value pair into a string. So if it ever finds something that's supposed to serialize that's already a string, it increases a count. That is a impressive use of an interesting approach to abusing this for a counter. Essentially, you're piggybacking off of the recursive traversal that JSON stringify does for free. Seems instance of isn't that popular, despite it being the original solution. Oh, disgusting. So this is also JSON stringify, but with a match. So you're literally looking for keys or values or something. That is messed up. And yeah, folks, we'll come back to this Code Wars to compare the solution, but yeah, with that, we're gonna slowly work our way back into the project. We go check real quick. Yeah, for those who don't know, Oregon Curtis, let me give him another shout out, because they are currently, watch me, okay, let me make sure not to typo them, fellow 100 Dever who's also streaming at this very moment. So feel free to go check him out, or if you want to watch both of us, there's a magical link for always lurking. You can do that there. As we jump, what is the database? Look at the databases dancing today. Oh, you go, database. Yeah, as that, we jump back into our project. Now let's see what's next, folks. Convert EJS to handlebars. So, not necessarily too excited about this, but it is going to be good to see a different way to write, essentially, the same code. It's going to be giving me some good practice for the JSX writing. So let us get started on that. So, looking at the Express Handlebars docs, I found this by Googling it. It's the one at the very top. So here we go. Let's just install the thing. Express handlebars. They have a views, handlebars. Here it is. So that is the ES6 way of doing it. We will convert it to our lovely, not that file, this file. Might as well npm remove EJS while we're here. So let's get this import happening. Where did I put the view engine at? So it's a use. Oh, it's an engine. So for some engines, EJS is smart. It knows how to export. But for some Vue engines, you gotta do a little bit more. Thankfully, the docs got us going right now. Well, I'm over here in Eastern time, so it's 5:08 p.m. right now. There we go. I got a little command for that. Yep. 5:08 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, Eastern United States. Which, I should have on the command my actual UTC offset. You know what? We haven't even started yet. Let's go add that. I'm totally not getting distracted here. Code unknown. Oh, not that, right? Active, not that one. Twitch server. Go. I'll go ahead and add my UTC offset. First, let's see if I can do that in JS. So, node, new date, get time. Get time zone offset 240. Divide by 60? Yeah, 4 hours. 1 hour difference. Yeah! Not too far off. Yeah, so I think if I just take this time zone offset and just do math with it, I can convert it to... So... So, DN Bull, if you unwrap the recursion into a stack, yes, but that's just doing recursion without doing recursive calls, DN Bull. So I do not believe it is possible without some form of recursion or processing of a infinitely descendable child tree. So you'll do recursion, okay, yeah. When you look at the test case, I mean, technically, if you only want a certain depth deep, like it's less than 10, so if you just embed 10 for loops, you'll be fine, Diamble. You don't have to do recursion. What is the flats? What is the flats? What do we know about functional programming? I like functional JavaScript. I love these functions. Oh, Rascal Flats, the band. Yeah. Where is the flats? I don't know where the flats is. Well, that's not wrong. Oh, EDT, because weird, dumb stuff. But yeah, I can generate this cool thing and shove this in my time command. Time. Current time. There it be. It is currently... It's currently this time at... This is what I want to do in my logic. I guess I'll shove this in parentheses, right? So, UTC hyphen. Right, 5 hours behind. Oh, I gotta figure this logic out. You know what? It's I'm the only one using the bot. It's fine. New date. Get. Oh, interesting. Times 60. Actually, I have to convert this now. Disgusting. Const offset. So I have to get the offset. Const offset hours. Please write it for me, Copilot. Thank you. Offset minutes. Love you, Copilot. So it's offset hours to string dot pad start to the letter 0. Yes, you films, that's what you're known for, right? Be disappointed if you didn't know that factoid. Okay, offset hours, offset minutes, auto format. Yeah, well, I think I can... No, I do need that reference twice. Actually, wait a minute. I don't need to do that. Why am I generating strings? Node can do that. to ISO string. This has the offset. Nope. To string. Does this include the offset? GMT 0400. Okay, so JS date get offset code. Yeah, I am familiar with that much of it. Get time specific time zone. Can I just get the string of that? I have to build my own string. Yeah, DN Bull, a lot of them weren't that unique. I mean, there's only so many ways you can do the recursive, right? I mean, I don't think no one did an unwrapping, like build their own stack, but yeah, DN Bull, there's only so many ways to do it. Although I did see from the test case, fun fact what I lived at, the official solution uses instance of. Yep, that's basically it, DN Bull. That's what everyone else does here too. And then if it's an array or an object, they recall it. Now, their official solution uses a global counter. Yeah, instance of. Well, I'll show you my solution. My solution, I did some weird logic because I was paranoid of the... Because remember, type of null is an object and all that. Well, this is the past. We can't judge the past by their poor mistakes. But yeah, I basically did a loop. I didn't... If I knew of instance of, I would have just used that instead, but... Yeah, there's only so many ways to do that. Yeah, I was paranoid about that because I was like, oh, there's a null. It's gonna get me. Turns out, it's like, I don't think no one did anything about the null. I guess they didn't need to or something. I don't know. I guess this weird recursive in the for n of a null did something weird. I don't know. No one else did it, so... This is the funnest one I saw. They abused the replacer method, or the serialization method, of JSON stringify to count whenever it tried to stringify a string. That's my favorite one right there. Talk about thinking outside the box. Yeah. And then, you know they had to do it. I don't know why they had to do it, but they did it. Where is it? The regex folks came on by. They did some cursed stuff. They always gotta show up somewhere. They figured out a way to get it in. If I should move my city fact pages to database driven. Yeah, see films? I mean, manually creating a page for each city is eventually going to get tiring, so it might be easier to databaseify it. I think you should be able to databaseify most of it, and then for the information that doesn't fit in the columns, you can just include raw HTML in your row. Maybe that's not a good suggestion, but that would be the way I'd go for more unique, specific information. Yes, this is the thing I want. No, that's not doing the thing. Oh wait, what's this? I don't think this is what I want anymore. No, that's showing me that's changing the time zone. I want to output the time zone. Well, okay, so I'm doing it myself. An Anki card of type of being null. Yeah, Mavi, I got one too. That's how I was like, it's gonna get me. So I was like, gotcha. That's what I did too. I'm trying to think. ToString. This is like localized, right? Is date to string normal? Because if so, I can use it. That's a lot of space I have to split out, though. You know what? Forget it. This should be good enough. npm run Let's make this test only. So current time. Oh, I don't have a test for this. Oh, one thing I didn't write a test for. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna remember that. I mean, it's definitely going in the Yankee deck for sure, Mavi. Yeah, we can write a test for this right now. Totally getting distracted, but it's a good time. Okay, so I think it's literally just ping should be good enough case to copy. Paste. There we go. Current time. So now we'll have the offset, hopefully, in the thing. So create fake this. Current time should return. This is a very amazing test. Should return the current time. So for current time, I will need to do some stubbing because the dates can change and we don't want that happening. So I do need to pick something that did stubbing. Nope, that's an boring one. Here's one. Oh, this is literally a perfect example. Gotta do my imports now. I also gotta do my resets. There we go. We have all of the things. So, dot only, because I am running the bot right now, so it'd be really awkward if this thing broke the rear running one. Coverage watch. Nope. npm run. I guess I typoed it. Hopefully it just runs this one. Big thinking. Lots of thinking. There we go. Current time should return the thing. It doesn't because the command is not current time, it's time. That's a lot of restarts. Ugh. Big explosion. Expected ping, but got it is currently this time. Okay, so trying to think how we're gonna test this out. I guess we'll just set. Sorry, I know I'm doing some other dates somewhere else. Cause how do I stub the dates? So looking at all my TS files. Yeah, so I just stub date now. Okay, I guess that's the way I do it. I can rewrite my code to new date 0. Let's just see if that works. There we go, so that did not work. I can mutate this. Hey, Matty Two Shoes, yeah, I see films Matty Two Shoes, they're pretty cool. They're a member of the Claw, I believe, yeah. Raid them, believe, yeah, whenever I'm with Finite. I think their schedule lines up that they, Finite raids Matty Two Shoes, yeah. Pretty cool. Oh, I should scroll down. There you go. It's 5:22:6. No, it's not. No, it's not. So date.now should be stubbed to return this. Okay, so man, I tell you, the streamer brain. I lose like a whole bunch of IQ whenever I'm streaming, folks. So I set it to 0. Yeah, Matty Two Shoes, Rascal 2. We're the twos. Okay, so we'll just return now. Get time. Let's look at current time. Am I doing? Oh, here it is. Got it. So here we go. Const now equals new date dot now. There we go. So that weird wacky way of converting it to get now offset, and here I actually get to use it like so. There we go. It is 0 time. What did I just remove it to? Oh, to locale time string. That would make it weird. I was like, that's a lot more information than there was before. There we go. And it is currently 7 p.m. Oh, why? You know, I can see it's working though, so good enough for moi. Actually, let's go ahead and mute and mess that up too. So date get time zone offset. Set it to 0 for super testability. I have to mount the prototype maybe. There we go. I think that's how we stub it. Upper last letter place last case. Yeah, see films. Messing all the cases up today. There we go. And it is currently 7 p.m. UTC 000. Last letter Pascal case. I mean, you can make there's an infinite number of cases to make, right? See films. Wait a minute. Okay, so firstly, that thing is wrong. Like, super wrong. But you know what? Let's go ahead and override to locale time string just to get this test to be accurate. That is the jump of test. When I say. There we go. So now I can drop in the expected string to be. It is currently when I say, and there's my time zone information. Middle uppercase, there you go. And there we go, folks. We have added that time zone information to the time command. So let me turn that off, remove that. Make sure to hit a format on this. Thank you, VS Code. And add these changes. So add to time command. And for the final and last test, we restart the bot. There you go, folks. Now you can not only now you can know not only what time it is, but what specific offset I'm running off. Ta-da! Beautiful. Okay, with that, folks, we did kind of get a little distracted. Thanks, Firefox, for updating something. So I'm gonna think, what were we doing last? Express handlebars. Okay, so we're gonna do a little bit of this, then we'll take a break, do the rest of it. We'll skip our code wars because we did 2 of them, or we'll do an easy one maybe next time. I don't know, but we'll start on this, then we'll break. So I do want to get this working. So here we go. Engine, handlebars, set view engine, handlebars. I mean, they're all differently unique C films. I never seen them in the wild. Every other word uppercase. That seems to be the most reasonable one because it provides the variety instead of middle always being middle. Every other word provides some form of variety to improve readability. You know. So I'd say out of all of them, every other word is the winner. So where do I import this? Right here. And so this is cost engine require express handlebars equals express handlebars. And now if we drop EGS and go to handlebars, that should be most of the logic. Now I'm going to update the home page. Since I need to update some templates. Okay, so I'm going to be doing a fair amount of this. The main layout wrapper can be used for different... Okay, yeah, so handlebars very much is already kind of templatey. So let's see how we do this. So layouts main.handlebars. Okay, so main handlebars. This is the way they format apparently, and then we jump in our stuff. So before I had to do a separate header and footer. Now we use a single as our template. Let's get some indentation up in this house. So that just brought me to my notice that my footer had bad indentation. So let's fix that before we get too lost. Fix footer styling. Actually, it's not actually styling, it's just indentation. Don't want to be too deceptive. And then for the stuff, which is triple body. And man, this is supposed to be better than EJS? I don't know. Create an instance allowing access to the full... I don't know, why would you want to do that? Well, if you're choosing between which recommendation, every other word, I mean, it would be unique, but I otherwise probably stick to an existing standard. But if you want to be unique, every other word isn't too bad. It's definitely unique and it's not unreadable. Oh, we got all these templating logic going on here. Okay, so I'm going to have to rewrite a little bit of this before anything literally runs. So, it's time to go to the handlebars documentation. Beware, it has been forever since I touched handlebars, so we're going to learn this together. Get started or language guide. Okay, so double for an expression. Double, okay. You can nest things. Double thing dot thing. So we have dot expressions with person. Wow, that's an old JavaScript thing. Each people. That's how you do loops. This becomes the item you're iterating over. Interesting. Ooh, templates. What the? Okay. So we got HTML comment, and then we have handlebars comment, which is just the exclamation point following it. You're not wrong, C Films. Those two template languages do like each other. And this is how we register helpers, which we haven't even done that on EJS, so I'm not too concerned about it. Block helpers, which are things you can pass blocks. The escaping stuff. So triple to escape all the things, double for encoding, bold will not escape a safe. Okay, lots of logic. Partials. Code reuse by creating shared templates. You register a partial using the register partial method. Oh, I'm not liking that look. I want to be like able to reference other things. Uh-oh. Okay, how does this work? Because right now, my, quote, partials are included with include syntax. Yeah, snake case for the win. Maximum readability, right? Yeah, you can't have that extra character. What will you do? So I want like a partials directory, right? Can we not do from register all partials? So is this? Let's look at the express handlebars. So I do see our dynamic. Let's look at the dynamic one more time. Dynamically select the partial using a sub-expression. Will evaluate which partial. Oh, render the named one. That's not file finding. That's just randomly choosing the name. There we go. Okay, support a directory of partials, foo bar, which exists inside the partials folder. Got it. Okay. Always read your docs, folks. Always small price to pay. Partials. There we go. So this is where we're going to start making our partials. Nav link dot handlebars. Okay, and I think this is what I do, right? How do we pass things to partials? How do I pass you data? On a custom context, by passing the context into the partial call. Hash parameters. Okay, so that's how you do thing. You equal one thing equal other thing. Gotcha. Okay, so let's start the conversion. Navlink. Okay, I have to actually write this now. So first part we get to write. So I guess we're going for expressions. Where's my if? There we go. Oh, that's not right. Literal escaping. Just looking for the if syntax. Yikes. White space control. I ain't doing that. Obviously I skipped something. Oh, so this is the logic. If title. So I guess this will be double href. There we go, we did it. We handlebars it. We should probably install a handlebars extension. I already have one, but can't help to have some highlighting. Okay, appears like I already do have something. A dead extension. I do not have any handlebar stuff. So, most popular one we go. Only got 3 stars. That's kind of sad, but sure it'll be fine. So, let's just ask Google. Handlebars Turner, because that's what I want. Oh. Oh, inline if. That's what I want. So if thing true false. Beautiful. So what is? Let's go back to that code. Where is the mustache extension? It's right here. It's right there, Heart C Films. See, you still got your syntax handling for the mustache formatter, or the mustache templates too. We're just using handlebars now. So there is no pound sign, so let's double this. If URL. What is the syntax? See, this is why I don't like learning handlebars or any other like templating language, because you're not writing JavaScript. You're learning a whole new language, and it's painful. Great, you can't do it directly. Ah. This is absolutely horrible. What is this? Wow. So you have to write your own things. Whew, okay, this is why we're not doing my entire project in handlebars. So you have to register a bunch of helpers to give yourself if statements. If equal, so URL href, then do this, otherwise do other thing. Man, this is painful. Which means I need to pass to this. So let's look for the handlebars ternary. Ooh, built-in helpers. Maybe that's what I want. Maybe it is built in. I have to write my own. Please be built in. Get to use the elf to conditionally render a block. Sure. Include 0. Okay, sure. Sub-expressions with parentheses. Gotcha. Unless. That's each. With lookup. 11 that. Log. Sure. What are hooks? Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. Okay. So yeah, let's look for a ternary. Handlebars helper doesn't follow. You can use some like this. Ternary, true, yes, no. So they do mention that this is a real helper. Ternary, come on. No search results. Okay, so I get to write my own. Wow. This is amazing. Okay, so someone has been super cool. They've written a helper that you have to go find to do if checks in your EJS. Let's try to find the Express docs to see how I register helpers. Here it is. Helpers can be registered with handlebars. So I pass create a bunch of helpers. Then it's that thing.engine. We're getting there, folks. So back to the server. So I guess we'll put this right here. So if conditional, and I'll just put this, I'll inline this with the other example I was given. So we're going to import create from this. Then create, we pass an object. So cost HBS equals create, pass an object. Close that down here with a key of helpers, and then in each of those is an object with our actual methods. We're getting there, folks. So this one is called, wait, what did I call it? I copied it to my clipboard still. No, if condition. Ah, great, I accidentally time traveled it past. You still get to rewrite space repetition for free, folks. Helpers. if condition is this entire function. Delete. Phew, folks. We are slowly making our way, folks. HBS. Then we use HBS.engine. We don't have to create it though. Auto format. It's angry about indentation. Why? Oh, well, this is not what I need right now. Will this make you We're going to ignore that. So V1 operator, V2 options, and we'll have the semicolon. See if we can get that much working, and let's start commenting out code, because we need to get this thing to a runnable state at some time. Okay, comment. Actually, I just need one comment, right? It's traveling, so go. We do all of that just to render the home page, which is index.handlebars. Handlebars. There we go. So we don't do this logic anymore. We just have a cute little message. Loving that. If the only thing is we don't include navlink, we include double greater than navlink. Hopefully it's cool with whatchamacallit, hyphen case. We do need to set things. URL href equals / content equals home. I'll leave this here just for copying and pasting purposes, and see if this just runs. So it's going to be ugly, but we want it to run. I think I have it on this tab. Here it is. Go home. Explosions of fire. Got sep. Okay, maybe it's angry at the / We'll put it in quotes. How you feeling about it? Expecting close raw block. Got invalid. Okay, so I have to finish writing this. So let's look at my random thing I just copied off the net. So if condition var triple equals this. Let's see if I can do that. If condition in quotes triple equals this, active not active, delete those two closing, add these two closing. Options FN is not a file. Why not? Let's see what is in the options doohickey then. Options is active. That's not supposed to be an option. It's supposed to be more stuff. Let's look at this person I copied it from. How do they use it? Okay, so after you register all of these helpers, so again, more we've built Lisp into handlebars. It does feel like that. So I need to put, so I can't do a ternary here. This needs to be an actual if. And then I can double open / Nope, not that symbol. So if it's this, then active, right? So we're just gonna see if that's more in line. Not enough curlies. Bring on the curlies. Okay, phew, we got. What do we have working? We have something. So we have this if logic, which is, I guess, how we're gonna use the world. So let's do this next. Content. So we'll slowly start handlebarring all our things. If condition URL. I guess it is double quotes around these parts. Doesn't look like either of them. This, then I got current page equals page. Else is nothing, so I have to close it off with a close open closing if conditional. Whew. Great, so we see nothing. Let's look at the generated HTML. So that should tell us some information. We got a greater than. Oh, accidentally added too many things. And we got empty content. So content is nothing. How about href? Href did get set. It's hard to tell. And you put these in quotes. So it's assuming home is a variable, right? Is that what's up? Oh, I do see it here. Oh, it's because I've expanded it. There it is. Phew, we got that part working, folks. Now for all these nav links, I gotta do the same thing. Fortunately, we got multi-cursor magic, so it's not gonna be too painful. Nav link, URL equals URL. Comes the tough part. Not the tough part, really, but href equals, we're using single quotes. That's fine in my book. Cut, delete, double quotes, paste, content, delete, equals. Oh, it's going to hurt that template over there. Go to end of page, delete those two, re-add those, delete. There we go. Okay, everything is lined up. Let's remove our comment block. Remove our comment block entirely, actually, because we can swap these to ifs. So, if, what was it? Username. Then I hope it's like this. How do we do an end if? /if. We're about to find out. Come on, handlebars. Not that one. Handlebars docs. Aw, Callie, I appreciate it, yeah. Listen to me moan and complain about handlebars, huh? Yeah, they're ups and downs, right? Some texts just do not rub you the right way. But I appreciate you hanging out nonetheless. Built-in helpers. Where is else? There it is. Okay, so that is the way to do it. I did it right. Would you look at that, folks? Ta-da! Oh yeah, my lovely thing here. So I'm about to nest handlebars in handlebars. We're going full crazy. Oh, it looks like syntax highlighting is showing this is a good move. Hey, great. No. Handlebars and nesting. No, that's not what I was looking for. Sub-expressions. I didn't see the word before. So it's... What? Right. Okay, what's a sub-expression? So parenthesis... Nope. There you go. So parentheses, the thing you want. Gotcha. So I have to put it in parentheses. Don't know how that's gonna work in handlebars land. Template literal or concatenate the strings. Yeah, Scam VR. I wish I could. Those don't know, Scam VR, fellow 100 dev streamer. Thanks for coming on by the way. I am enjoying pain because I'm trying to do this in handlebars. And I am quickly seeing why this is not a fun thing to do. But it is like, the latest video was assigning us to do this in handlebars, so I'm going through it. But yeah, that is the way I did it. So look, I'll literally show you my old EJS code. I just template literaled, put the username in the string. It worked perfectly. EJS is, or handlebars is like, no, we don't do that here. So I'm trying to see if there is a handlebars string concatenation. Or I gotta write another helper for this. Sane way, man. Don't you love when your title's asking for sane ways to do stuff? Oop, the concat helper. Found it. So I need to concat this thing and that thing. Yeah, Mavi, I think people are going to have an appreciation for EJS after this one. Missing helper concat. Oh. Bah. Yeah. Oop. Handlebars helpers. Okay, so everything you want to do in handlebars is like, you gotta write a helper. Yeah. My goodness. How do I write? Where's the concat helper at? Just give. I mean, it's a big one, Scamviewer. I mean, they're only getting bigger, Yeah, I mean, you should give it a shot. I mean, it's, what, next Tuesday? Goldfish memory's kicking in here, folks. Yeah, it ain't due tomorrow, if that's what you're worried about. I think it's next Tuesday, maybe. No, it's just to be familiar with it, right? Leon wants us to be familiar with it. Yeah, so it's not homework just yet, but it is work to at least watch the video, consume the content, let it soak in your brain, so when we do go over it, I'm assuming maybe tomorrow, though probably next week, we'll know. I think the more important thing to be familiar with is Passport and the whole authentication logic, which ironically we haven't gotten to yet. It is a 3-hour one, yeah. So, ironically, the one thing that we should be important or somewhat familiar with, I haven't even started with, because I thought, it's handlebars, that'll be easy. Famous last words. That's why, like I said, folks, I don't think I'll be doing this entire thing. Or I don't know. Yep, come on, comma. Return args.join with nothing. Please work. I'd really like it if you worked. Wow, that's a lot of errors. I mean, hey, at least the errors here, they give good errors. EJS is a little lacking on that. There we go. That is absolutely disgusting. User.username. What is up with that? So I don't know what I'm rendering, but we're about to find out. It's the entire user. What is this? Oh, the dot syntax isn't doing. I get it. Yeah, I'm not happy with it, but I understand it. Where am I from? I am from Ohio, USA. Where all the astronauts come from. So I'm not supposed to take all these things. 1 and 2. So this is what I'm supposed to do. 1 plus 2. Love this. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Okay, folks, so in order to combine two strings and handlebars, you write your own concat function. Loving it. Okay, I think I can actually write this one. This one don't look too bad. So this is simple if. So I end the if there. We're writing it backwards, folks. Then it's if locals message. Then we output locals message, and then here we output current URL. Yeah, see, I like this. This is simple, easy. Now we come here. We just need to go get ourselves a message now. So let's go. Haha, we can't look at any other pages though, because none of them are handlebarred up. So let's actually see if I'm going to take the effort and handlebar the rest of this application. So what's this? So all these templating stuff, list for each. So it's not the worst, folks, and I have demonstrated. So let's recap at least to get this working. So if you need to use helpers, which you will need to if you want to do anything cool, you gotta import the create method from express handlebars. You call create with a helpers object. This is where you include your cool functions that you will have to write yourself or go find yourself to allow you to do cool stuff. Going to create the HBS app engine. The name of handlebars goes to HBS engine. Then you set the view engine to handlebars, so you don't have to say .handlebars in your calls to .render. That's all you gotta do in the back end, thankfully. Well, this is technically back-end code. And then from then on, you go to handlebars and you gotta learn the syntax. Which is, again, this is why I believe Leon started us off with EJS, because you learn JavaScript, and then you learn the little tag, the little scriptlets. You don't have to learn how to pass things, how to use this, how to write your own if statements, how to concat strings. Like, JavaScript's got that built in, you know, folks, so definitely a good reason to start on EJS. Yeah. And yeah, Next.js Material UI, it's going to be pretty good, yeah. I mean, hey, we're going to go going through a Materialize on that particular video, so a fair amount of that should be familiar to you, Scam VR. But yeah, gotta be adaptable. Sometimes, though, you can be like, I see your concern, handlebars, and just skip it. So yeah, folks, I could handlebar the rest of my application, or I could PHPify the rest of my application. You know what? Yeah, use it once, maybe. At this point, I'm saying my recommendation, again, Leon's probably going to say a little different, but just do one page, maybe. Do the things, and just be tedious. Yeah, Dean Bull. I mean, it's very opinionated. That is kind of like, I believe a lot of people see that as a feature, you know? That's the feature of it, that you don't have to really do too many things. It's opinionated. It does most of the choices for you. And it offers you a smidgen of customizability with colors. But yeah, for full, you obviously gotta go your own way. Now, C-Films was like, you should do PHP with Express. And I'm like, I don't know. But I will get it installed just to demonstrate that it does work. Yeah, you're right. You lose that customability. Like, you get the themes, and that's about it. Anything else, you're fighting against the framework rather than with it. This thing's failing. That's spooky. But yeah, folks, this is Handlebars. You enjoy it, because I won't. Oh, I need PHP installed and in my path. Well, okay, so that's how it would have been, C-Films. I probably ain't got any. I probably do, but let's see. PHP. I do appear to have some PHP. Okay, so you know what? We make the compromise. Oh, hey! Okay, so first thing, fellow 100 Dev streamer Sam KitKat, they're streaming right now. They are. It's a chill co-working stream, so if you'd rather not have me in your ear complaining about handlebars every 20 seconds, that'd probably be a chiller over there. Oregon is also still streaming with us. What we're gonna do is, guys, I know I'm 58 minutes past the break, but we're gonna give this not 15 minutes, not 1 minute. Okay, Goldilocks, 10 minutes, just for the sake of experimentation. See how I can get PHP, this PHP Express templating thing working. Oh, they literally took the PHP NPM module. Would you look at that? Yeah, you're right that, like, it does look... It looks cleaner, less cluttered and all that. But, like, I mean, we can literally do a comparison. I still have it here, right to left. Okay, I should probably do top to bottom or something. I know how layouts work. Apparently I don't know. There it is. There we go. So, yeah, that's the wrong one. Yes, I mean, at least looking at these 3 nav links. Yeah, it is. There's less clutter, so I can see why it feels and it looks a little bit more readable. But then when you try to do anything custom, like your, sure, I guess it is human readable with their no parentheses and all that, but concat login of this requires you to look up in your brain concat. Because this is basically the same. It's basically a no there. Yeah, so it is cleaner at the cost of having to learn it all. Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, at least in this example, they're the same. Let's look at local's message. If local's message. So yeah, it is a lower character count overall. I'm seeing that. But at least for simple stuff, like I will admit for these right here, the double and the double close, I do prefer this better than the their tag. So if EJS just had the cool tags, then yeah, they'd be a winner. But yeah, DN Bully gets the job done, right? Oh, I don't know. You might not be a fan of all about where I'm going with this one. Because, spoiler alert, I'm going to be using JSX as a templating only engine for this project eventually. Actually, yeah, I mean, let's look. DM Bully beat me to it. So yeah, I was looking for the Angular hello world. See, how do we output stuff? Why is this such a long article? I just want to output stuff. Here it is. Hello, welcome to Hello World tutorial. App component. There you go. App component HTML. TS. JS. Here we go. App root. Huh. Mavi, no. All this for Hello World. No, I'm not getting lost. Don't worry about it. I'm just looking to see how they said Hello World. I'm not joking. I'm literally... So, template URL app component HTML. So that's the functionality. Here it is. No. They haven't templated anything yet. Oh, I'll have to keep looking. Okay, I looked to Hello World, it didn't give me there. Template. Let's just see, how do we template strings? So I did not include it in that Hello World, fortunately. Here it is. Ah, yep, it is the double. So yeah, you were right, Dimple. Use the double to escape and do the thing. That's their markup. Then the rest of the stuff, all the ng prefixes, yeah. Yeah, it is double. It just looks cleaner having a single symbol repeated twice. Oh yeah, that's also view. Good point, yeah. All the cool people. I'm literally looking to see if we can change the tags in EJS now. Let's pause that timer, because we did not get there. Right. And Svelte for like the real people who are like, oh, I want to check out this compiler optimization. This for the real crazies, huh? EJS, change tags. Oh, it's not possible to use custom tags anymore? So it was a feature and it's gone? How dare they? Hey Jim, how's it going? Hope your day's been going well. We over here getting lost in template land, apparently. Yeah, we were trying to see, add 4 hours to the timer. Nah. Yeah, I mean, hey, that works for you, Dimple, obviously, yeah. Yeah, I didn't really, quote, learn Vue and Svelte. I just tried them out to see what's going about. And hey, you would suck even more had you not spent the amount of time you had in it, right? So, just imagine all that time that you would have wasted learning all those other things. Nah, I'm messing with you. But yeah, I mean, I just learned them just to mess around with them. My hello worlds, basically. Although, one client did want Svelte for their reasons. I wasn't about to convince him out of it, so I did do a production quality thing on Svelte. It was basically a dashboard glorified, so it wasn't that bad. Okay, we're not doing that one. For sure, yeah. It's like, what do they say? Do something like, well, I don't know what it is they say, but essentially, like, the more you keep doing something, the more you'll begin to recognize every little nit and pick thing about it, right? So yeah, now that you're doing it so much more, it's so much more obvious, all the very small details that make it good, make it bad, and all that. Okay, let's figure out this PHP now for some C-Films funness. Let me flip that around. Yeah, Dimble, it's difficult going without TypeScript for sure. And I mean, on one hand, like, either way, like, I do notice that since I've been without TypeScript for these last newer project, it is forcing me to write the code a little more cleaner instead of just throwing types around and YOLOing it, because I wouldn't be able to remember. It forces me to slow down, but I still have to go back and look at stuff up, so it's like, there's no benefit to not writing without TypeScript, I'd say. Felt gross. Yeah, I felt a little gross too. It's like, where's my autocomplete? What do you mean VS Code doesn't know what this is? What are you here for? Oh yeah, I mean, you have loads to learn, I have loads and then loads to learn, because you're out there having fun with those challenges. I'm just like, wow, I'm really great that built-in exists. Yeah, I mean, it's all shoulders of giants, right, DM Bull? We're all standing on top of all the tools created. Okay, let's figure this PHP thing out, folks. Requiring PHP in a JavaScript app. Don't get lost. Is this how we set the engine? So that's views. Engine PHP dot underscore express. Okay, so just for you see films. Let's see how this looks. It's been a hot minute since I've actually written PHP though, so yeah, extra work for future you, that's right. Yes, this is going to be a very boring example, because we got no templating logic here. Register global for each. Oh. Oh, this is horrible. Yeah, it can definitely be a drain where it's like, I just want to throw any and move on with this, but the any is such a large code smell, especially in TypeScript land. It's like, there should be a way to do this, and sometimes it's like, you start doubting, it's like, maybe it's just too complex for TypeScript, but then you realize, no, anything's possible in TypeScript, it's just too complex for me. So yeah, this did something. What the heck did this do? I literally haven't done any templating yet. Module register values as global variables. Well, this is PHP. Yeah, I don't do enough complex stuff to get to that point, DM Bull. Solving it without explanations, but yeah, I can see it on the more complicated ones for sure. Yeah, so this probably isn't working because my system's PHP is not liking it. But if I did have it work in PHP, that is how you would do it, see films. Yeah, DMBL can feel sometimes just like, okay, moving on. Don't worry about it, you know? But without the satisfaction of, yes, we are agreeing on whatever it is that we were disagreeing upon. It's more of just like, smile and wave, boys, smile and wave. Hey, there you go, whoa, dude. Congratulations. I'm gonna ship some CNP. Sounds good to me. Let's roll back this file. Illegal line must be non-negative. Okay, don't be angry. Goodbye, partials. You will not be missed. Goodbye, layouts. You will not be missed. Register complete. Yeah. Yeah, we're a little disappointed in you list. There it is. Convert EGS to handlebars. We technically did, folks. I'm just not gonna die over that. And yeah, then it is. So yeah, after the break, which, well, good timing on that second timer. We'll be coming back. We'll do a quick Code Wars. Actually, let me find a Code War. So let me get a Code War so y'all can give it a shot while I take my break. We shall be taking a break, but just to let it simmer. Yeah, this is my strategy for finding good Code Wars, folks. Go to whoever's been doing the most and copy theirs. B Crafton's been doing the most this month, so. The reject function. What's this? That looks fun. Implement a function which filters out to satisfy the given predicate. Sure. Yeah, we'll be... We find another one. I think I might have done some of these. Yeah, let's go. Let me try this. Okay, I'll give it to you one. Oh, and so yeah, that one's what I'm gonna do. And I'm also gonna be doing this one after the break. So feel free to beat me to it. I will catch y'all after this break. Don't forget, Sam Kit Kat, Oregon Curtis, both streaming, doing some cool stuff. Feel free to check them out. In the meantime, oh, hey, Oregon Curtis coming here with the raid. Hey, thanks for coming on by, Oregon Curtis. Hope that site was going well. The restaurant site, right? Hey, of course, appreciate it always. Yeah, I am. I'm on a roll today. We're going. we ain't going for. We're going for at least 6 hours, folks. Because usually I was gonna like raid Mine Wolf and stuff, but they're not streaming. Then Virtual Fox wasn't streaming, so everyone was like, "We ain't streaming today." So I'm I'm just going till let's drop. Backend Redux and State, yeah, you're getting deep in there, yeah. Well, we got a little JSX eventually coming up, but I'm doing JSX without React, so I'm breaking all the rules. And yeah, I appreciate you coming by. Of course, catch you next time, yeah. We're gonna freak everyone out. Everyone's gonna be like, "You're breaking, you're dividing by 0, something like that." Of course, nothing really changes around here. Yeah, starting off with Code Wars. Yeah, I will. Appreciate the raid, as always. Those who don't know, he does some cool stuff. Has a cool mapping project. Going really above and beyond with the Banky questions, too. Got a bunch of cool projects going around. Okay, so DM Bull, I saw the message just before. Oh, scroll, darn it. That's a math problem. Nah, this ain't a math problem. I'm sure it's not a math problem. Let me drop in chat for folks who are new. So we're going to do 2 quick code wars. This one, where you implement a function which filters out array values that satisfy the given predicate. The word predicate. Oh, okay. It's got a math word in it. I think this is just like an inverted filter, though. Okay, it don't seem that bad. So filters out values that satisfy. So it's array.filter value, not predicate value. Okay, these are the right symbols. Why is predicate a function? I don't know. Isn't that what it means in English? Like a conditional process or something? Wow. An assertion. All good, Mavi. All good. Oh, so, it's not exactly like a conditional DN-bull. Again, so in my brain, and this is obviously wrong, conditional and predicate are essentially the same thing. An assertion about or argument proposition. Something that is affirmed or denied. Subject. Oh, grammar. Oh. So, this is English. Huh. What do you know? Why is it? Okay, now, so why is it in a code war then? Yeah, sentence structure. Okay, I guess the English major here just had to flex out. Yeah, okay, I see why you're confused now. So, I had it wrong. I was synonymizing predicate and conditional, or logical assertion. And why is predicate tested as a function on this problem? So essentially the way it is that the predicate exists as a function, so much like it's a callback function. So we're checking all the things that aren't, all the things that fail for this. So basically we want to reject anything that passes this predicate. So our filter is to keep all the things. If we were to write it on the prototype, yeah, it is a callback. I can actually write it the array proper way. And hey, Uberfly Storm, hope your day is going well. We're just over here doing a code war real quick, messing around with the word predicate in this code war. Yeah, so this would be the cool way of doing it. Return Oh, for sure, yeah. I'm not saying they wrote this well. I'm saying they wrote this according to the story in their little brain. Definitely would have looked better. Actually, much me. I have to obey their thing. Equals. Okay. It's too much work to worry about it, but yeah, they definitely didn't phrase it friendly for coders who didn't know what the word predicate was to be a callback. Yeah, it's the weird way of doing it. They should have called it a callback. Yeah, that's. I mean, that's kind of what happens when you get user contributed things without any real normalization or grading or minimum, like you said, Bull. Yeah. Yeah, but everyone did. See, look, everyone rewrote the thing too. Yeah, Uberfly Storm. We were actually doing like a few of the things that are topical in there. Yeah, we. Yeah, Bull. So here's your validation. You were right. Look, everyone is renaming it. Someone renamed it to F. So some people kept it as predicate. Pre-T. Oh look, they wouldn't even. What the heck are they doing here? You are validated, Bull. And yeah, Uber, we're not going along with that, but because that is a large video. But I just tried to like convert my EGS to handlebars. Handlebars. I don't like handlebars. I like EGS more than handlebars, and that means a lot because a lot of people don't like EJS. So the handlebars was not impressive, but yeah, I'm also gonna be messing with Mongoose. Gonna get in Passport in here, so not following along with that video. Could already watched it, so I don't want to make another app that has no purpose. So just adding all those features from that video to my current app. But yeah, it looks like everyone renames it to Iterator, which almost doesn't make as much sense. Damn, sorry to hear that, Uberfly Storm. Now, what part are you confused on? If you don't mind sharing, I might be able to help you point in the right direction a little bit. Yeah, for sure, Bull. I mean, it might be getting Mind Wolf might be coding along to it on a Saturday, but it's gonna be their record video if they do, cause that's a lot to go. I like EJS better than HBS, Uberfly Storm. So HBS, that's the shortened handlebars. It's a different templating engine. We've been using EJS up to this point. I do not like handlebars. Like last Pomodoro session, I converted one of my pages to handlebars, and it was tedious. Yeah, Bull. I mean, yeah, that's all we're supposed to do. We're not required, like it's not going to be asked for homework for us to do the project that they went over in the video, as it literally says in the previous one and the current one. Just get through it so you're familiar with the concepts. When we do get to it, probably next week, maybe tomorrow, but probably next week. I tried to use PHPC films, it didn't work. But yeah, you're a pretty happy person. Yeah, you know what? I'll probably hit CI/CD today. Bull. Probably get to it. No, CI/CD is honestly not that. Well, here's the thing. CI/CD involves my test. Do I replace HBS to EJS? Yeah, Bull. When it's already set up, it's a little easier to work with. So to be clear, Uberfly Storm, this project already had EJS working on it. I began to convert it to HBS just for the fun of it, just so I could get familiar with handlebars. I was successfully able to convert one page of my EJS to handlebars. I was not enjoying the experience, so I didn't do that, and I stopped. I mean, the docs are pretty. So it depends on what specifically service you're using with it. I mean, GitHub Actions, honestly, is what I use, because I've used, what was it, Circle CI in the past. They're cool, but GitHub Actions is what I go with, because I'm putting stuff on GitHub. And yeah, I mean, I've also worked with AWS before, just like, yeah, GitHub Actions a pretty good bet. They have templates. The GitHub Action has templates for insert your particular thing here. So where are the templates? And examples and stuff, so they can do a lot of stuff. Like there's a Node.js template that automatically has the install node do the thing for you. And then it's all actions to do what you want. So I didn't really necessarily. Okay, yeah, it seems like a perfectly good stack, DM Bull. I know it works with Cypress. Supabase. I'm assuming you have. So if it needs to test on a real database, then environment variables, setting all that. Otherwise, if they're localized tests, sure. Next.js, front end app, run the test, good. TypeScript, run the test, good. Tailwind, sure. Docker. I'm sure there's a way to do. I'm sure this. It's Docker. It's pretty popular. I don't know. I've never really used personally Docker in the process of the testing or the deployment, to be honest. But worst comes to worst, DM Bull, you write a bash script that does whatever it is you need to do. That's the worst that can happen. And that is actually the worst if what I did actually for Lightsail, so AWS Lightsail. Again, maybe I did it wrong. Maybe Lightsail does have the cool stuff going on, but it's new and I was like, I should try it out. I tried it out. This is like no deployment or anything. My CI/CD is running the test, and then I SSH into my Lightsail. So GitHub Action has an SSH thing, do the keys, all the magic, and I run a bunch of commands. So that's my deployment strategy for my little thing on Lightsail. I just run a bunch of SSH commands from the Lightsail that does the pull, does the stop, does the restart, all that stuff. Yeah, it's a newer thing, DM Bull. It's not on their free forever tier, so I just tried it out through someone else. But yeah, it seems to be in a mixture. Now, I'm not an AWS expert, so I'm probably going to get this wrong. Where you have your EC2 instance, or your E whatever instance, is you're just a VCS basically. You completely manage it yourself. You scale it yourself. And then you have Heroku, where you give it your code. You don't have access to any of the underlying system. Lightsail seems to be somewhere in the middle of those two, at least from what I've messed around with. You get access to under like SSH. You get access to basically a machine, but it does the scaling. Is not your responsibility, as far as I was able to tell. Or it's less your responsibility. I don't know. I don't get paid enough yet to care about scaling. But yeah, I have some GitHub pagey things around here somewhere. Oh wait, I do have it on my quotes API. Yeah, I have. Well, I should tag this thing. Yeah, here's some CI/CD. So this is node-based, and this is fully backend, unfortunately. So not gonna match your stack exactly, DM Bull, but you know, you listen for things. So listen for a push to a branch, or any variation of thing you want to do. You declare your job, what it runs on. You could make this a Docker. I'm sure there's a way to make this Docker. This is essentially very close to Docker already. This comes from the template. It just gets a node, does the magic. It's not that bad, DM Bull. Nah. It's just a YAML file. You love YAML files, right? Everyone loves YAML files. This is an optional thing. You don't need that. Yeah, Deanbull, give it a shot. I mean, the templates, like, I've done a little customization because I wanted code coverage, but you don't need to, like, you can see, like, my actual CI/CD, I run the install command, and I run my coverage command. Hey, yeah, that's right, Deanbull. Cypress and Cucumber do go together, I suppose. I'm not sure what would improve your Stack C film. It depends on your needs. Like, what are you lacking will indicate what you need to go improve on. Any idea, Bull? So this is the continuous integration half of it. Run the test, basically. And continuous deployment. Now, there's a Heroku action you can need, that someone made you do. You just do that. So, yeah, lots of cool ways to mess around with it. I'm sure there it is. Here are all the templates. So yeah, you're using that's the T3. I'm trying to remember what stack that is. So I guess for that C films, it's gonna be like D3 though. Enjoy that learning curve, or Chart.js or something a little easier to pick up on. Sorry, goldfish here. Supabase. I mean, just put it in the search bar, see what happens. Nope. Okay, so there are no templates for that. Hey, that's a good one, Mavi. Yeah. Okay, there's a built-in deployment for Azure. That's cool. Yeah, but it appears like they're not that specific Deanbull, but more generalized than targeted, but I mean, yeah, pretty fair amount of templates. You'll probably just want the node, right? So, Node.js, click on this, and boom, there's your template already written for you. Look, it even does it the cool way. It uses the CI command. Ain't that fancy? It even does it on pull requests, too. So, all that fun stuff. Yeah, this is basically your continuous integration if you got tests set up. Now, getting the test set up, though, that's... Honestly, it feels like that's usually more work, in my experience, than getting the CI/CD set up. Because once you get the CI/CD set up, you don't really touch it. It's then... But once you get the test set up, they're always evolving and stuff, right? So... It's a curve, but it's a pretty high curve, but once you get to completed, you're basically done. Yeah, and another one, workflow I got. Exactly, Deanbull. Start basic. Don't try to bite off more than you can chew. Then, as you solve your issues, move on with it. Yeah. Now here's another one. Again, using the exact same template, literally the same template. It generates static assets, and I push it to GitHub pages. That's it. Again, I know these ones aren't too advanced. Oh, and this one's actually on a cron schedule for like midnight or something. So yeah, not too crazy, but that really, it scales it with your needs almost one-to-one in my experience. I'm sure with your experience in React and stuff, I'm sure you'll knock it out as soon as you just pick up on the syntaxes and such. So this thing's broken. Ah, yeah, this code here. Love your PHP. We gone. Love your handlebars. You gone. My coding journey's not, I guess, linear, unfortunately. Uber Flystorm. So I got familiar with tech a while ago. You know, but yeah, I joined 100 devs on cohort 2. So, you know, how self-taught, just learning exactly what I needed to do, whatever it is I wanted to do. And now I'm community taught for the rest of y'all. Started on Python, then went to Java, PHP, the C's, JavaScript. just been bouncing around. I cannot find EJS. I uninstalled it. Let's go. Git checkout package. That's an easy way. Just get our stuff back. PMI. There we go. I know, DN. I mean, I don't know what else I can do to say yet, but it's because I was over in a Diabolical stream a bunch, you know. That's why he feels that way. Hope that's not running. And I showed up in the Discord and it was like, okay, everyone, Mega Summer Daily's over. Toodaloo. That was my Discord experience. Number one lurker. Yeah, that's probably why then. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm confident he's doing well. I mean, Contra, it's heavy startup, but real heavy stuff, you know. Yeah, all on that front edge of suspense and all that crazy stuff. Greener pastures, you know. Okay, folks. With that, we going. Wait a minute, what was I doing? I got a goldfish memory. Yeah, he really dedicated himself to it, and especially in that little amount of time. It does line up exactly with what Leon has said, though, right? Like all the like the Uber drivers just got the most out of the program for some reason and such. And I think, at least if I remember right, he did drive, or maybe he did some delivery service before. So he just lines right up with it. Goodbye, PHP. So I do want to convert to Mongoose. I haven't touched the code in a while. Yeah, I got in there after that moment for sure. One of those people who are work better under that kind of pressure, huh? Okay, so Mongoose. Mongoose. Let's go full models while we're here. Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see why that. Definitely show, that's for sure. Hey, look at this song. What are the odds? So I do need to look at my routes. Small auth is important. Yeah, so let's look at the sign up route. And so we need a user and we need a list. List.js. There we go. We need all these things. Of course. I always appreciate it, the Humble. Good luck getting that CI/CD down. It's gonna be fun. Yeah, I probably will later this stream. So catch the VOD or maybe catch you. Again, for those who don't know, DMBull does some cool streams with all those texts you saw them mention. Now I gotta figure out what I'm doing here. What's this user data? Username, password created at. Oh yeah, so that's the data I want in the thing. Okay, so this is my user schema. Let's start mongoosing it out. Mongoose. Okay, so to pick up the quick start, it's always a good place to go. Procreate and Luma Fusion. Oh, a video editor, interesting. I mean, that could still be useful. A mobile video editor, yeah. Interesting. I mean, it's never a waste, I'd say. Uberfly Swim, if you study something that doesn't pay off immediately, it's just a long-term investment. I'm sure it'll pay off eventually. Do I need access to the user schema? I don't need that, so module exports equals learn how to spell module mongoose model name of model user. Let's actually look at my database so I get all this named correctly. User, and then I gotta create the schema. So it's in these docs that I say new mongoose schema. Now I want to give this a collection name. What do I want to do that at? I'll give it here, and then this collection is users, just to be explicit rather than implicit. Now it's going to refer all the things our user has, so I can see that right here. They have a username string. I think we have to manually say required true, then password, another string, required true, and then I have created that. I'm not allowing for renames. Actually, let's look at my actual data. The data knows the truth. Let's delete these random people. Yeah, so we're not doing modify that. So MongoDB. I don't want modify that around. Mongoose. Make sure to look up the right thing for your docs. Oh, that's obviously more complicated than I wanted. It's this object here, though, right? Timestamps. Created at true. That's the one I want, right? Wow. My real estate real small. I mean, that is my user object right there, so I guess we can do some cool minimum length things. So for these mongoose docs, see how we can upgrade our schema. Yeah, you got all that good stuff. Give me some restrictions. Where is it? I clicked on schema. I don't know where I'm being taken. I love me virtuals. Okay, this is all good. Obviously, I clicked the wrong thing. Validation. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, we got required. All have the built-in required. Great. Numbers have, there we go, string, enum, match, min length, and max length. So we can say min length. Who's min length 3? Can't have any shorter than 3. I don't think I want to do any more validation for the username. Password must exist. That's all I care about. No, I didn't mean to click that. I just want to look at these docs. There we go. Disabling timestamps. Here we go. Created at is what I want. So if you create with timestamps true, you get both. I assume if you create with just one, you will get, there it is, boolean or string. String being the name you would like it to be instead of created at, but I do like me created at. Okay, that's my user model, folks. I could add some virtuals to get all my things. I don't have that on the thing. I'm trying to remember. It's somewhere in here. Don't want to find similars. Find by name? Nah. By name. Get and set but not persisted. Okay, so they are. That's not. I don't want a virtual. Yeah, I don't think I want anything here. Okay, that's my user model. I think I can destructure some of this stuff out. Model. Model. And a schema. Loving that. Seems to be about it for my user. Now it's time for my list. Let's get my collection name up here. List. Now this one does have a modified at, so timestamps is a true. Let's hit this one auto format. And this is where things start popping off. So a list is a bit more complicated. We have an owner, which is a reference to, come on, schema types. There we go. How do we reference another Mongo ID? Object ID, here it is. But how do I, supports array of schema types. Subdocuments, document arrays. So I do want the subdocuments, at least for the reference. Ooh, a mongoose map. Huh, that's new. I've never seen that. There we go. Okay, I was just like, I know what I'm looking for, just show me the thing. So type for owner is an ID. Hope that import is absolutely failing. I'll have to import types. There we go. It's under the types thing. So it's types.objectID required a true ref. What is the name of this? The model name it appears. So references the user. Okay, that appears to be what I want. Now for the rest of the stuff. Looking at the database, we have name, so gotta love a name. Min 3 seems to be a good minimum. And then we have items. And let's see what the deal is with subdocuments and the other things. Array of subdocuments and single nested. So I guess that is a subdocument. Didn't realize I was that far over. Get one more. Yeah, so it just seems like a nested schema. It's not anything else. Okay, yeah, it looks like it. So it's just a nested schema. Nothing scary. Let's give that a shot. So, create the schema, embed the thing. So, new schema. And these are my attributes, so it's time to look at the data again. Any moment now. Name created at, modified at. So name is a type string min3. Actually, I don't want a minimum of 1. How about that? And then another options. Timestamps true. That is good. This is an array of. That seems wrong. That is correct though. Okay. That is our items. Now we have our comparisons. Let's go look at that weird map, because I did not see that last time I touched this. Mongoose map. Spooky. Apparently it's in here. Subclass of JavaScript's map. Create a nested document with arbitrary keys. Keys must be strings. I got that. Well, technically my keys are IDs, so. Okay, so keys as document IDs. Let's see if that is something. Okay, that's not something I think it can do. Okay, so let's go ahead and start trying to build out this map thing. So comparisons is types dot map autocomplete. Oh boy, that took a moment. Of so arbitrary key, arbitrary value. So this is key to value. So looking at the comparison data, we have key to value. So it's a map of we'll find out when Mongoose yells at us if this is good enough. So it's a map of a comparison, which is a new schema. So I don't think I actually need to embed in this a variable right here. Boop. I might know it later. We'll find out. New schema. Then we have result. So I do want an enum, but I don't want it to be a string. Enum does appear to be what I want. That's for strings though. Here it is. It's the array of strings or a number. It does appear I can use enum for non. Okay. Let's see if we could just find Google on this. I don't want it to be a string though. Ah, here it is. Okay, so I guess it is a number. I'll need to validate it to only be correct. It's capital N number. Lowercase n number. No, that's not right. It's a capital N number. And then for the timestamps, we do want them. Okay, custom validation. Where is it? Check required, huh? There we go, custom validator is a property of validate. Validate, here comes our object where we have validator, which is a function that takes a value, return a value, triple equals, technically, we can just value greater than or equal to -1 and value less than or equal to 0. That does allow for weird decimals though, so let's do a included -1, 0, 1 includes value. So that's there. For our message, try to look at what this is. Props that value is not a valid thing. Okay. So arrow function. They mix and match around here. Bingo, bango. And all we gotta add is the comma. And hitting from auto format. Things look beautiful. Okay. So that should be a whole wacky nested thing of. So comparison is a map. Now I don't have required on this because it's arbitrary. Right. Now this is required though. So result has a type required. After I learn how to spell. Okay. And validator is supposed to be true. Right. Okay, that's looking good for validator. For my list validator, that is. And now for my model. For the actual database. Don't know why View wants to refactor that, but you go, buddy. Oh, everything has an update now. You moved my file. Oh, I just canceled that one. Oh, I canceled so I can redo it. I thought I lost it. Lost it forever. Yeah, I think it'll just drop the index. I don't know what that was doing there anyway. I said drop the index. Delete. Okay. So here we have our thing. All that stuff basically gives us the ability to connect to our client. Which, I mean, yeah, I'm not even doing testing anymore, so I need the Mongoose way of doing that. So require mongoose, mongoose connect. Okay. And it takes what as options now? What is the standard? Connect options. So, which connect options are these? These are mongoose connect options. Okay, so paste autocomplete. Would love it if you could. Boom! Love me that autocomplete. Now I'm going to assume that this will just work. Then once I have it, I can directly access the models to do the needed stuff. Okay, this... I'm trying to think. Look in our index, get client, then yeah. Okay, this should run. Now nothing will work yet because everything's still written for Mongo. Client connects on a function. Understood, because I'm not constructing it anymore. So once I do have a client, though, I can disconnect somehow. Let's get to the type. Once I have a mongoose, what can I do with my mongoose? Okay, the type is not doing well here. Close. Poor TypeScript. She's struggling. Good enough. Good enough. This is only done in testing anyway, and testing is out that window. Okay, 1337. It's loaded. We ain't doing anything though. So we gotta start writing our routes. So, I mean, technically our routes are fine. Our controller is what needs the fixing. Starting at the top. We are no longer accessing the collection. We just need to get all the lists that have this owner. So I just need to import the list schema. So const list equals require models list. Now we get to use it. Hopefully TypeScript is woken up. Painful. Okay, let's jump to the query docs. Find. There we go. So return list.find owner request.user_id, then list, and this logic goes right here. Bam. And then we are catching that logic there. A multi-line to make it readable. The list is declared, but value is never read. I feel bad for you, VS Code. Mongoose is not a valid type at this. Okay. Let's see what's up with that. So that was the first time we actually got it imported anywhere. Let us see why it does not like my map. Come on, where are my maps? Oh, am I supposed to use the MAP, not Mongoose map? So they're taking my ES6 map and they're using that for its type. It does appear to be so. Let's make sure it didn't make any new collections. Okay, it appears like it didn't ruin anything. Progress is making. We want to go to the home page. Well, that requires some user auth too, so slowly make our way through our controller. I think these will work fine. It depends on what it turns our list into, but that's okay. For home page, we get the user. That's all we want at the moment, so we need all the auth middleware to be working. There we go, so parse token, user ID. Okay, so that is just assuming you're logged in. It will find the stuff appropriately. Because all the user information is actually in the token. So for the home page, I think we're fine here. Yep, nothing's here on the home page. Now when you go to log in, that's where things start going crazy. So let's get there. Okay, this is where we're going to need our user model. There we go. So user.find one. Hopefully that's the same name. Oh, I do see some type completion waking up. See if we can use regex. I do see lots of regex support. Specific regex query condition. So I am not using the regex official thing, I'm just creating one, so hopefully that works fine. Then user, here comes my logic. So I'm going to bring all this into here with my catch. Drop it in there. Bcrypt got angry, don't know why though. So we find the one user. I guess we need to async this. And here comes our next thing where we're going to update all of our list. So that will be update mini. So list.update mini, where basically this logic here. What's their thing there? So thankfully it's built on the same thing, so most of these are the same. Same as update except thing. So this one we don't specifically call. Hold on. So that's a little different syntax. So it says the same as update, so we're gonna go back to those docs. Okay. After all those options. So you can use a $ set, or you can explicitly be obvious. We'll be obvious. There's no need for this set if there's no need for the set. And we will of course need to await this operation. And now we need to find the last modified list of all the list of here. So this will be await list.find. Is it find mini? I'm up to the top. Where's my query docs? Just find. It's mini by default. Find. Don't need the to array. Loving that. Get that semicolon on there. Okay, that should be enough for logging in. Let's see if we can do it. Fire. That's okay. User is not allowed to do action find on test users. Ouch, so that is a permission issue. I did not specify the collection name, no, the database name. So that could be in my, well, one option would be in my connection string. I want to see if there's a programmatic way to set it though.
That's it. Okay, I have to literally put it in my connection string, so gotta go pixel mode while I go to my environment variable and show my secrets. Okay, I do not have it, so I will call it pairwise hyphen sorter. Then I will hide secrets. There we go, folks. So essentially, I took this string right here, and I put it after the slash in my URL. Which I think I can show you part of it. Oh, new file. Come on. Yeah, here it is. So, mongoose.b.net/pairwise sorter, and all the other stuff that went with it. Now, for this, it will point to the correct database in our cluster. Cannot read properties are undefined. Reading created at. Thankfully, it gave us a nice line number. Line 31. We didn't get far at all. So let's just console log the list. So I don't know what this mongoose map is supposed to be, so I'd like to look at it. Let's give it a good look. Okay, so it does look very map-like. I'm a little worried about what my in operator is doing here, though, so console log. It should be getting the keys, but I don't know. Then B, let's do that again. Oh, good, look at my logs. It's doing all the not the good keys. Looking at all kinds of weird stuff. So we want to look through. So these are maps, technically. So iterate through the keys of a map. JS. But technically, we also want the values, do we not? We'll go simple though. So dot keys and dot keys. This will be of. When we're accessing the map, we have to use the dot get operator. And that's going to be of again for the key. List comparisons. Here it is. Dot get a. Dot get b. Created at. Let's see if that satisfies. That's progress, so that did actually satisfy. I just got a line 90 where we're calling some old code. So we did log in. We're on to the next page now. So this is finding the one list that you're accessing. So return list, find one. Come on, cursor. Object there. Then list, which we have right here. We do have some logic we have to fix here. So these both become ofs. Dot keys. Dot get. Dot keys, and then I think we'll just put those. Do some multi-cursor magic real quick. Delete dot get parenthesis right delete closing. What did I do wrong? It looks fine to me. There we go. Just took a moment to update. Let's look at this page now. There we go, folks. Slowly getting there. Okay, let's look at all the rest of these. Get client. Yeah, basically everywhere we got get client, gotta go. And unfold all. Let's slowly start getting through this. So insert one to the list. So return list, insert one. Wait, Mongoose has a new way of doing that, right? You're supposed to
create it with the constructor syntax. So it's going to be new list. And then to this you pass the data. And it's the save method. Well, I copied one losing curly. And then it's the .save that is thenable, which I can use. So, oh, this is interesting. This is giving me a inserted ID. Ooh, it's darkened out. Well, poor VS Code is not having it today. Then I think this is going to be the new document, right? So let's look for the save method. See exactly what it returns. Document model. I did a model save. Okay, options. Sure. Returns a promise. Promise void. That's wrong. Hey, Cali Eclipse. Appreciate the hydrate. And shorten that code. Well, yes, I will. As soon as I figure out what this code is doing right here. I'm sorry to hear that there. I'm console error. Appreciate you still hanging on, though. Ooh, a purple and a green. That's a good combo. Appreciate the hydrate. Now we gotta get this code working first. So, document underscore ID to string. I'm gonna see if this works, and then we'll try to shorten it. So we're over here. We're gonna make a new list. Making a list. Checking it twice. A, B, C, D, E, F. Sadness. Intermediate value dot then is not a function. Because I need to call save. Hey, Dark Oblivion. Hello. Yeah, thanks for the follow. Hope your Wednesday, although it might not be Wednesday for some at this point. I'm sorry, console error. I mean, I don't really know what more I can do. I got my bit right, like, best as it can be to accommodate most folks. I appreciate you trying, though. Hope your Wednesday's going well, Dark Oblivion. Okay, so this thing worked. We just wrote that code. Now let's shorten it. So first thing we're going to do is get the underscore ID. We'll destructure it, so that's one bit of shortening code. Next thing we're going to do, we have the request. We do need the request. Body name. So we are accessing that twice. User ID, we also need that. Ooh, I don't know. We kind of need all these things. I got it. Default values. Here we go. So if we... Also, we can shorten it right here. Hey, I'm glad to hear it, console error. So boom, this is a good shortening there, console. Or Cali Eclipse. There we go. We don't need to use the, whatchamacallit. We'll have to save the dates. For logging in, we didn't have to do that anyway. But for this one, we won't have to save dates. So yeah, there do be shorter code. Owner is my owner. Name is the new name. ID. We can one-line this. Not really a fan of that, though. I want to sacrifice all that readability. Okay, with that, folks, that is shorter. Let's delete the list. We can't delete lists yet. No deleting lists for us. We getting there, folks. One line at a time. Oh, here comes an interesting one. We gotta get a, so, list, so we have to push to multiple to a thing. Okay, so, let's see what push looks like. mongoose document array dot push. That looks like it to me. Array of subdocuments. Add subdocs to array. There it is. Cast arguments to their proper. Okay, I'm glad to hear it. Then we need to call the dot save. Oh, you can also create one by calling parent children create by accessing the array itself and then calling create. Interesting. Oh, there's also a parent function. Ain't all these stuff nice? Oh, I could have just inlined it. It would have schematized it automatically. Hey, don't be sorry at all, Dark Oblivion. So right now we're working on my Pairwise sorter app. It is a min stack. So we have MongoDB. We're currently rewriting it in Mongoose. We have Express. Then we have Node.js with our view powered by EJS. Lots of JavaScript going around. And yeah. So it's mainly JavaScript at the moment. Interacting with Mongo database, HTTP backend server, stuff like that. Which of the languages or tech are you familiar with? Nah, it's not that. All the rest of the code looked complicated to us in the past, right, EpicCat? By the way, those who don't know, EpicCat does some pretty cool streams, also a fellow 100-dever. How long did it take me for all of this? This specific project, we can actually look right now. So we can look at the history and see when my first commit was. Git log. So my first commit was 3 weeks ago. So that was like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 sessions so far. So 5, I don't know what the average hours that was for each of them. 5 5-hour sessions. So I guess we're at 25-ish hours. I guess I could do the math between when these were. Yeah, about 25 hours I'd estimate at this point. The application itself, it's not working right now, but is a pairwise sorter. I'm good at math. Oh, I don't know. 5 times 5 is 25. Whew. Leah better step out of the way. I'm about to take the maths queen spot. Yeah. Yeah, so pairwise sorter, this is the working version because working on the broken one. Basically, you give it a list of things, and it will efficiently ask you which you prefer of 2 semi-random items, and it will automatically sort them for you. So if we just delete... Oh, I just deleted the number 10. I didn't mean to delete it, but it's okay. We re-add it. So we can see 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. We have some of them sorted, but if we go into sort mode, you now are expected to answer which one comes first. So 5 comes before 7, 0 before 5, 4 before 9, all this stuff. And obviously for numbers, the computer could do it itself, but when you get to other things like where's your favorite place to eat, or where would you favorite place to travel to, it becomes very subjective, which is when a direct one-to-one comparison, would you like apples or would you like oranges, is something that is much easier to make a decision on. And there you go. After you answer all the comparisons, or even answer a few, a progress indicator, it sorts all your options according to your preferences. And that's it. That is what the project is.
Right now we're mongoosifying it. I wonder if I can just use what I currently have. I just use what I currently have. Don't write any new code. Because who wants to write new code? Not me, that's who. Because this is some perfectly good code. Now, single list. Created at now, modified at now. Does modified at update automatically? That's not what I wanted. Will you do the thing for me, Mongoose? Automatic. Oh, what is it? I have to write a plugin for this. Oh no, that's just saving and recording. Maybe it does do what I want. We're gonna find out. So we save this. What we're gonna do is we're gonna look at a list. We gotta look at the data of the list. Let's close some of these tabs. Yeah, Dark Oblivion. So the programming language I'm using and I'm most familiar with at the moment is JavaScript. So this is all JavaScript from the most of it's 90% of it's JavaScript at this point. This is all server-side JavaScript. So there's two different ways to write it. You write it to be ran on a server, which is some computer somewhere, or you write it to be ran in a browser, which is over here. We get some browser JavaScript around here. And then we have a little bit of EJS, which is just someone HTML and JavaScript having a baby. So that's what EJS is. Yeah, I guess it could be at Epic Hat, the overwhelming of backend, but I mean, yeah, a lot of people like, because it's less visual, you know? So it always seems more conceptual and when you can't visualize something, it can automatically kind of get away from you how complicated it is or impressive it may seem. Yeah, I mean, it does some stuff, like, it's somewhat impressive, but there are a lot more impressive things here. Like I said, this is essentially a to-do list. It is a to-do list with authentication, with a weird sorting algorithm that, like, it's in its own file, so it's not too crazy yet. And it also looks monolithic because I shoved it all in one file. If I were to clean this up, this thing would look a lot more readable. Yeah, Oblivion, Python. I know a little bit of Python. For some code wars, some leak code, stuff like that. It's definitely fun to work with. Python with types. That's super fun to work with there. Is it running? Okay, it do be running. We're gonna add things. D, F, G, H, I. But we gotta look at the data. So let's stare at our data. Which list are we updating? Not that one. A, C, A, B, C, D, E, F. Our favorite list of items. There we go. Look at all these items. It's empty. But oh, it's called updated at. My brain completely thought this was called modified at on literally everything. Well, we're about to find out. Created, modified, and updated. Gotta love it, folks. So I guess I called these the wrong things at one point. It's updated at, not modified at. That does actually make sense. Create, update, CRUD. What's that? Bearstein Bears moment there. Okay, so we have an updated at of matches created at. So when I click the button, it added all the things. And we do a little refresh. It should have updated the updated at. It did it. Look at. Wait, did it? It did it, right? I didn't need to manually update it at all. It's magic.
Of course, I mean, I don't know. I say master is kind of like a never achievable thing, you know? Because unless you're working in a language that's literally never evolving, like it's static and never getting new stuff added to it, you can never really be a master of it unless, like, you got all the years, you wrote the language yourself and stuff, you know? I'm still learning about JavaScript all the time. Like, I recently learned you should use instance of instead of doing direct type checking. So there's always more to learn, folks. And yeah, you literally just saw, like, less than 60 seconds ago, I learned that the default for these Mongo things is updated at, not modified at. Wow, and by the way, look at how awesome this is. Since they are the same length long, everything was like super aligned, compared to modified at, which is like an extra character. Absolutely disgusting. Can't imagine how I did that. But yeah, this is working beautifully. I do need to now touch everything that I looked at modified at and change it to created at. Hey, Telegram bots. Bots are always fun. Can never get enough of bots. So this is kind of painful. I'm just going to leave it there. So we're doing what's called a no database migration. We are needing to access created at or list modified at. So we're supporting new data and old data. We're breaking all the rules today, folks. We can access it via virtual, but I don't know how to do that. Let's look anywhere else we touch modified at. Does appear to be just here. Oh. Did I just mess that up again? I did. This is supposed to be updated at. Modified at. Yeah, I don't need to manually change that, so. Doodle. Modified at. Don't need to do that. I do need to create the set filter, though. Maybe not. Get to that when I get to that. Okay, so now this will handle new and old ones alike. That plus on the wrong side, though. Delete. Actually, I just need the plus on the inside. Because now plussing an undefined, it would be nan, but you don't need to do extra work. And that is the end of our break. Long awaited break there, folks. So we got part of it migrated. We will finish the migration in the next session, and then maybe in the session after that, we will. Let's look at our to-do list. So let's look toward the future. The future is loading. Let's close and reopen the future. There we go. So yeah, we'll convert to Mongoose, and then next we will get additional authentication. So 2 big tasks. You know what? No, we'll go Mongoose, then we go EJS to JSX. Future, yeah, Dark Oblivion. Because here's the thing, I don't want to put 2 kind of monolithic tasks back to back, so after we finish Mongoose next session, we'll probably do the EJS to JSX, not including React. And yeah, then we'll do the authentication. Before we run off, let's find us a code war. I think I have one lying around here somewhere. Oh, I have the pizza back here. Because we picked out a few, we just didn't do them all. Where's my code war? Here it is. And this is the one we will be completing after the break. So y'all want to get a head start? There you go. Otherwise, the one, the only fellow Hunter Dev streamer, Sam KitKat, is over there streaming some chill co-working session. So
If me yelling about mongoose is too much for your ears, you can go over there and chill. Do some co-working over there. Otherwise, people just say hello, drop in, say hey. And with that, we do be starting the break. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. Future, future, future. Hey, feel free to make your way on back, folks. And sorry, Tuxa, I need a break. I need a break. And that's interesting, Dark Oblivion. I'm not familiar with that field myself, but yeah. Virus removing, all that cybersecurity stuff, super interesting.
And yeah, I'd definitely say knowing to program would be super useful in that field. For sure. And with that, it do be break time. I think we can knock this code word here out in a good 5 minutes. I'm feeling confident. So we're given a string and an array of index numbers. We're supposed to return the characters of the string rearranged to be in the order specified by the accompanying array. So given a string of A, B, C, D, an array of 0, 1, fail, no job for me, 0, 3, 1, 2, supposed to return the 0th character followed by the 3rd character, the 1st, and then the 2nd character. So the string you'll be returning will have A at index 0, B at index 3, C at index 1, D at index 2, because the okay, I don't know what that's about. Okay, I think that part just confused me a lot more. So all I'm going to do is we're going to need to iterate over the string. That's always a good solution to turn the string into an array and do a map. I lied. We're not iterating over the string, we're iterating over the indexes. So that's already an array. We can map, we can take the index. For each index, we want to get that index of character from the string. So string I should give us that character. Now we're expected to return a string, not an array, so we can use the join operator on our mapped string to turn that array of characters into a string. Sadness. Instead got A, D, B, C. Expected A, C. What the? What? So I'm getting the 0th character, A, 3, 0, 1, wait, 3. 0, 1, 2, 3 is D. Then 1. Uh-oh. I don't know what this is about. A at index 0. B at index 3. Oh, so I'm putting them at those indexes. So B goes to index 3. C goes to index 1. Okay, so it could be a weird mappy way to do this, but let cars equals str. So what I'm gonna do is we'll iterate for let I equals 0. No, not that loop. For const index of array. I didn't even know the current offset though. So for let I equals 0, I less than array dot length. This is actually an interesting one, folks. I plus plus return cars dot join, because convert that right back to a string, and I would say cars I equals, nope, that's not right. So A goes to index 0, so it's based on the array I. B goes to index 3, so cars array I equals str I. That looks right. That is right, yeah. Let's see if we can find a fancy map way to do this after we test on the big one. Okay, the big one does test. So I am iterating, thing is I'm modifying cars with the index of this. Of course, Italy. Yeah, I mean, it's super late, I imagine. Appreciate you coming on by. Oh yeah, at 1 a.m. You go to sleep. Get some sleep. I will be here, so I'm not streaming tomorrow. I am streaming Wednesday at 2 p.m. Eastern time. So we'll see what time that is in Italy. So yeah, 2 p.m. Eastern is 8 p.m. Yeah, so I'll be streaming starting 8 p.m. Saturday. So Not tomorrow or the next. I might be able to do tomorrow, but I don't know. Guaranteed Saturday at 8 p.m. your time, but yeah, it's fine if you don't catch me then. But yeah, it was great chatting with you. I do have I should have just linked you to this. I have a schedule page. You can click there and it will actually show you all the things. Of course, yeah. I just love meeting new folks. Okay, so what am I iterating over? I'm iterating over eyes, but I'm setting them in cars. So yeah, I don't really want to do the map way. Yeah, bye-bye, Oblivion. Appreciate you coming on by. Yeah, looks like this is what everyone else did too. Although they mutated. Oh no, they just created it there. Ah, here, it is a reduce. So reducing over the string, the index adding to index of, wow, that's even more complicated, folks. Glad I didn't do that. Someone's really cutting down them characters, joining with a tag template literal. Where's the regex, huh? No regex. Disappointing. Okay, folks, let's jump on in here. We're going to return a list.update uno1. And great thing about Mongoose is that it's MongoDB under the hood, so I can keep using my cool aggregation functions. I don't have to learn any of this weird stuff. No offense, weird stuff. Return a list.find1. There's my then. Ta-da. Oh, I do have to pass this to a sorter. So let's see if my sorter can handle. So list to sorter. This cute little helper function. Let's see if it can do the magic. Aha. Wait, no, that's not an aha. This is the aha. Accessing comparisons. So I'm using membership detection. So if has and get has, or I can get default, whatever I'm doing, I'm going to have to do it both of these. I don't have to do it again down there. So if it has, oh, I failed already. Mission failed. Get him next time. There we go. So dot has this key, delete, and dot get a key, dot has other key, end of line, add parentheses, then we do a double get. So dot get uh-oh. No, that's just VS Code. I was like, what's wrong? VS Code's slow, that's wrong. Okay, get client, then client access. So yeah, loving this when this happens. So you have to find the one user that matches. So this is for signing up. So then existing. Bada boom, bada bing. So this is user. Fix that. User find one. If the regex doing the thing. Abracadabra. And I did not set my timer. Let us do that. Alright, so we find the existing user, do this stuff, and then here we're like, we need to enter a new user. So that is actually new user dot save. Then we need to update all the list things like this. So list update many. I need to go back to my login route. Okay, I thought I didn't await it. I did await it. Okay, this is literally copied code. Literally, so this is actually a bad sign. It means my code is so wet that I started rewriting it. Something to be fixed though, in a later date. What are we doing? So we're doing list. It is delete one, alright? Delete. Delete one. It is correct. 11 that. Find one and update. So list. Find one and update, and then yikes. We are destructuring this stuff out. I don't know if this is gonna make Mongoose angry though. Mongoose might not like my destructuring. Let's see what this is. Generate nested unsets. So we gotta fix that. Value. That's not looking right. Find one. Where's my method name? And update. Show up. Turns a query. Find. Show me an example. Any example. What the? And returns the found document, if any, to the callback. So it returns the found document. Which I don't think it's going to be under values, because that was before that was a MongoDB find result wrapper thingy. But now it's the found document, which I want comparisons from. Now we say list, update one, do the thing, all the stuff we're unsetting. Now this does need to be, like, yeah, I just looked at you a minute ago. I might actually, Mavi. Yeah, it might be. I mean, what? It's only been 6 hours. I think we got a few more to go. I don't know. 6 is gonna be a long. Hey, Speakeasy Games, what is up? I am doing good myself. Hope your Wednesday's been going well. Just doing some sorting logic here. Converting our MongoDB to code to Mongoose. I do. Twitch tells me that, by the way. If you didn't know, Twitch says when a person is new to a channel. So yeah, I know. Welcome on by. That, I mean, that's never really fun, but at least it's an almost, right? There's always something to learn from such instances, you know? And well, what's this if statement? If deleting in key. So if dot get dot has. There we go. Abracadabra. Yeah. Over here writing this pairwise sorter. You can check out the code over here. The working version thankfully does work, where you enter a bunch of lists of things and it presents them to you one by one, so you can sort your list. And it's very broken at the moment. That's what the rewrite's for. Converting it from MongoDB to Mongoose. It's okay, Speakeasy. I mean, an AI is just what? A bunch of if statements and a trench coat, right? There's a lot more to... There's a lot to it, you know? Even for just basic machine learning, like, that the ones that, like, play games or be better at you than tic-tac-toe and stuff. Or rock, paper, scissors are the interesting ones. So there's a whole field of that, you know? And it's only getting more interesting by the day. Go. Thankfully, when migrating from MongoDB to Mongoose, keep most of your code. That's one thing I'm enjoying about this process. Well, I was until I just broke that. Yeah, it's a lot to it. Ooh, CompTIA cert. Interesting. Nice. Well, hey, I'm wishing you luck on that for sure. That's IT, right? Yeah, that's information technology. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, that's impressive. Oh, and and your job is paying for that certification, right? Are you able to wrangle that from them? I'm loving these updates now. It's gotten so easy that I've recognized the pattern. Why write, why write all this code again when Mongo just does it all magically? This is also a good thing about having linters and stuff that, demonstrate and tell you when things are wrong. Because imagine reading this code. Who wants to read code? Not me. Now what is this doing? Okay, I think that'll just work. Oh, draggy. Hey, we did all the things. Now we just gotta go fix all the ones that are broken. Boom. Okay, so let's do the whole thing. Let's create a list. Ooh, and we're gonna do something weird. We're gonna say AB. We're gonna see what happens when we get a Mongo error. Default value. I'm missing my default value. Gotta go back to my list model. Add the default value. Of course, always. Dropped out and got an associate's. Interesting. Groundskeeper right now. You gotta start somewhere, right? Python, studying for the tests, trying to work out, keep a social life, living life like Larry. Yeah, it's a lot to juggle, that's for sure. There's a lot to juggle. But hey, it sounds like you got a plan going on. I mean, obviously you got a plan. Seems like you got a pretty good plan going on there, but if you do want to learn, it's not IT specifically, but over here at 100 Devs, it's an agency with a free training program. We're learning full stack web development. It is a time investment, but at least it's not a money investment, which is what most of those other boot camps are. Trying to charge you an arm and a leg just to teach you what's on the internet. Okay, so where do I set defaults at? Default. There it is. Default to a function. Where's my default? Okay, so it's default to value. Gotcha. Let's put it up here. Read top to bottom. New map. Hopefully that's cool. Name items. Let's actually look at the data, see what it spat out. Okay, we gotta refresh. Scrolling. Yo, Sam Kit Kat. Coming on by with the raid. I appreciate it. Most of y'all already knew they were streaming because I did mention you before, but hey, hope your stream went well. All that co-lurking. Those who don't know, they do some pretty cool, super chill co-working streams. If my voice is too much, you can always jump over there and just work, check in, and all that fun stuff. Yeah, Sam, it's been going well. We just basically finished our Mongoose migration. Of course, yeah, raid and run. You gotta go for. I know. Of course, yeah. I feel the hunger coming too. So I always raid and run. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Mastermindo, pretty cool DevOps boot camp. Them and Leon are a little bit they're friends and stuff. So yeah. Oh, that doesn't sound good. As far as I'm aware, Speakeasy, there are no current network issues. But yeah, folks, everyone who came by who hasn't seen me before, it's me or ask them to. Over here working today on this Pairwise sorter, which is a full stack app with Mongo, DB, Express, EJS, and Node.js. You come here, and by here I mean that link in the code, and you get like a list of things. So you can go to a list, and you can add a bunch of things to it. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can add items to your list, and then you can manage the list fully and all that, deleting stuff, all that fun stuff. And then you can sort the list. So if I just add a bunch of things out of order, you see the list is very unsorted. It's in the wrong order. When you go into sort mode, it now presents you with two options. You're meant to choose the one that is higher on the list. So between 2 and 1, it's obviously easier because they're numbers. I do that so I don't click the wrong buttons. But for more subjective things, you like, where do you want to eat? What's your favorite food? Where's your favorite place to travel? This is obviously much more useful. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Speakeasy. Appreciate it. And yeah, I mean, I'll catch you when I catch you. Yeah. Stream issues be darned, right? Yeah, as you click the entries, you can see there's a percentage of how sorted the list is. Once you get through all the items, I choose numbers because it's easy for me to not accidentally choose a wrong one. Oh, I know. Okay, I figured the internet was gonna be dropping you off. That's good, flaky, not flaky. Anything is helpful, right? I'm pretty flaky myself too, a big lurker. Yeah, once you click all the things, da 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 da, it is sorted based on your choices. And if you were watching closely, you realize that it didn't ask like between 9 and 8 and 9 and 7. So it didn't like ask for every other instance of 9 and every number. It was smart, which is like the whole point of the app. It asked in a binary way. So if it like found out that 9 was greater than 6, so if 9 was less than 6, it would never compare itself to any of these up here. So it does it in the most efficient possible way to ask the questions. Yeah, folks, that is the code. What we're doing right now, we're adding defaults. Well, right now we're looking at the data. We're trying to see if it does the right thing. So items is an empty array, that's what we wanted. But it didn't include this by default, which breaks all the code. I think we just hit a 404. Oh, not found. I do need to implement some custom 404s too. So we're adding it to the list. The list is sometimes shy, folks. Gotta stop it. There we go. Adding it to the list. Add 404.